please don't be shy. Take a spot anywhere. We have plenty of room still. And if you'd like to collect your colleagues from outside of the coffee, don't hesitate. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you again today on the second day of our annual summit. A time to gather and a time to grow. I think you've all figured out by now, but in case you haven't, well, first of all, I should introduce myself again. My name is Emily Helmeed, Secretary General of EUGLOH. And along with my amazing team, we have done our best over the last months to organize an event for you that would be about growing and gathering, but also about getting connected and being inspired. And finally meeting each other in person if we haven't gotten to do so before. And if you haven't figured it out by now, we are a community, and everything we are able to achieve, we are achieving together. This morning is about the projects, the activities, the courses, and the great ideas that we're able to construct together. And so we have a series of presentations from our students, academics, and staff members who have been involved in some of the most brilliant projects and activities that our Alliance has so far offered, to explain not only the results of these activities, but also the creative process that went into it. What we would like to see from this event is a chance for all of you to speak with one another and to be inspired by the creative process that we've developed through trial and error for working across our borders and across our institutions to develop something new, something innovative, and something that responds to the needs of our community and to global health in general. So this morning, I hope that you will take inspiration from the speeches and presentations that we're about to see together. And without further hesitation, I would like to introduce our first group of speakers. Sheila Ducroc will, I think, introduce the first part of this presentation about the Let's Talk series that EUGLOH has put on. And she is joined on stage by Kirti Sardesi, Maria de Temple, Anna Manvelian, Axel Henges, who will all share some of their experiences with the Let's Talk series. So I will pass the microphone.
So good morning. Thank you for coming to this presentation after probably a festive evening last night. So before I start, I would like to ask you two questions. And if your answer to these questions is yes, I'm not going to use any WooClub or digital technologies. I would just like you to use your body language and raise your hand. It's as simple as that. So my first question is, you are a member of staff, you're a professor. How would you feel, or would you feel surprised if a student who you hardly knew addressed you by your first name? If you would feel surprised, or if you felt that it could be quite impolite, can you please raise your hand? Okay, so we are with a very modern public here. Or maybe some of you would be afraid to say they might be surprised. My second question is, in your culture, in your university, is the secretary's office systematically closed every day for an hour for lunch? Raise your hand if that is the case. So I'm guessing those of you who have raised your hands, I'm guessing, of course I don't know you, that you're probably French or Portuguese, maybe, maybe Serbian, I don't know. Okay, so this was just an illustration of some of the situations we come across when we communicate across cultures. And today I would like to talk about this collaborative course that we have created with Szeged, LMU, and Porto, and Paris-Saclay, of course, about intercultural communication. So, what was our main objective. Our main objective was to acquire intercultural competence. So what is intercultural competence? It is the ability to communicate effectively and appropriately in intercultural situations based on one's intercultural knowledge, skills, and attitudes. All this will lead to more inclusion and acceptance of diversity. As we teachers, we all know learning does not automatically lead to transformation. For transformation to occur, learning must be experiential and emotional. So we designed this course taking all these aspects into consideration. So the content, that is the what, the knowledge, and the organization, the how, the experience, and the emotion. So I'm going to talk about these. So first of all, we, of course, our aim was to sensitize students to intercultural communication, how to learn and communicate and work together across culture, how to adapt to different academic approaches and methodologies, how to understand that there may be different attitudes to collaborative work, and even to what is considered excellence in different cultures. So by diversifying perspectives and raising awareness about how we are not all programmed in the same way. We worked on competencies in compliance with the Common European Framework for Reference for Languages and in compliance with the Council of Europe Reference Framework of Competencies for Democratic Culture. And the students who completed the course received a certificate attesting their competencies in intercultural awareness. So, concerning the content, we had lectures about culture, the definition, what is culture, what are the components of culture, the questions around cultural and national identity and culture shock, the neuroscience of prejudice and stereotypes, and the different processes that come into play in perception. We looked at the theory of cultural value dimensions. These dimensions relate to our perception of time, space, our attitudes to nature, hierarchy, rules, performance, communication styles, and so on. We looked at critical incidents. These are incidents that could seem quite normal, but they do create misunderstandings and underlying conflicts just because we don't understand the culture or the cultural perceptions of the other people. And we looked at, very briefly, at conflict management and also language, of course, as conveyor of cultural differences. We looked at ways of mitigating language and the importance of body language. How did we organize this? So, depending on the universities, there were 10 to 12 weeks of face-to-face or online teaching, and each professor did their own lectures around these themes, and we mixed our students into small groups of 4, 5, or 6 students coming from different universities, and they had to organize their own video conferences online, about one a week, an hour, about an hour or an hour and a half, on a set program that they had to discuss, they had to experiment with, and then they had to write reports on. And here we were not present because we felt that in order for the students to be able to talk freely and express their emotions and attitudes, it was better for the teacher not to be there as a supervisor or a spy. So we also organized a joint seminar with the teachers who are involved in this program. And the students had to create a product. They had to create a project together, and here comes again the aspect I mentioned, how to work together, how to work on deadlines, how to discuss what is good from your perspective and what may be a good piece of work from another's perspective. So they had a lot of freedom to create their project. It had to be related to culture. It could be a game, a song, a poem, a video, a story. We had students programming games on interculturality and so on. And of course, we also asked them not to just to look at their differences, but also their similarities. What values do they share? And they created a collage together to show these values. We had a professional aspect of this course with Porto. My colleague couldn't come today, so I will explain a little bit more about what she wanted to say. So this was a project, a collaboration between first-year master students in ergonomy and occupational and work psychology from Porto. And they worked on projects last year like designing our ideal hospital or educational system. And this year, given the situation with Ukraine, Liliana Cunha from Porto suggested that they design a scheme on how to welcome and how to integrate a refugee into an existing company. And this really touched my heart, and I think it is really one of the things we also have to think about when we talk about health. So that was the professional context. They asked me to talk about the creation story. I'm not going to go into this in a lot of detail. Basically, the proposal, I wrote the proposal in December 2019, and it was approved by Paris-Saclay. Thank you, Slavka and Sandrine, for approving it right away. And thank you so much, Lila. I'm glad you're here from Szeged, Lila Kocsis, who also made a commitment to involve Szeged, and she did a lot of work to find colleagues who could collaborate with us. And then we spent the summer of 2020, June and July, with the teachers from Szeged, Pongo Tamás and Gulyás László, and also teachers from Porto, Marta Santos and Liliana Cunha, setting up the program. And we started in the fall, and the first year we had 130 students participating, and the second year we had 230 students participating, thanks to LMU, who joined in. I would also like to thank Katrin Franiak, who had this wonderful idea for us to present our project at the Alliance Day last year, and also she asked me to present it to Work Package 5, which then gave the manager of Work Package 5 from LMU to talk to her colleagues in LMU. So you can see that it is a whole network of a lot of people working together and helping each other. And I'm very pleased to announce that we're going to have a new version of this project with Agnes Matuszka from Szeged and my colleague Sanda Boucheron from Paris-Saclay, who couldn't come today. She's doing exams. And it's going to be about art and science. Let's talk art and science. And they are going to be looking at the bridges between the two major academic fields and see how, by doing art, you can become creative for science, and how science can lead to creativity in art and literature and humanities. So that is going to start in September. So some of the challenges that we had to face, some of these have been overcome, some of them have not yet been overcome completely. So for the first challenge was getting approval for this project in work package 2 as an academic project because the academic value wasn't really seen by scientists. So I'm appealing to you to see that there is academic value in such courses. Of course, another challenge was finding partners and working with teachers from different disciplines. We have my colleagues from Szeged teach law and history. The colleagues from Porto teach psychology. The colleagues from Munich are the easiest to deal with because they teach intercultural communication. So finding common ways and common threads to work together was a challenge, but we made it. Of course, we also had to find ways of setting up a new curriculum within existing curricula. And an ongoing challenge is ensuring that our groups are diverse enough, because it's much better to have students from different cultures than just students from one or two cultures. And Szeged has been very valuable to us in this respect because we have students from Russia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, all over the world, and not only from France and Hungary and Germany. So we still have some challenges concerning scheduling, because of course the university terms do not always begin and end at the same time. We also have challenges sometimes with student commitment, especially this problem concerns mainly Szeged, where the course is online, so students drop a course more easily when they are not face-to-face. And sometimes there may be different English levels with students, and sometimes we need to adjust our programs so that we adapt to the joint video conferences. Now, I would like to ask my colleague who taught this course with me, Curtis Sardesai, who is also an intercultural, a certified intercultural trainer, and she will talk to you about the impact.
Thank you, Chila. So, as Chila said, it has been a really positive experience. With the ever-increasing mobility around the globe, developing intercultural competence has become, I would say, the most basic skill in the 21st century. And it involves cultural self-awareness, understanding the experiences of people from diverse communities, and the capability to adapt one's mindset and behavior to navigate through complex situations and bridge across differences, be it cultural or generational. Let's Talk has been offering the students from the EUGLOH community a wonderful opportunity to acquire the ability and willingness to acknowledge and accept different behaviors and ideas in a non-judgmental way, especially opinions and perspectives which we do not necessarily agree with, thus contributing to improve global mental health. Because as we all know, when a conflict is generated, dealing with this conflict generates a lot of anxiety and stress. So our students have appreciated discussions via video conferences and in class, dealing with topics which really help them gain a deeper insight into their own culture, familiarize themselves with not only the cultural diversity, but also the academic diversity. We could see that through the role plays performed in class or in debates, how students managed to make links between a variety of disciplines, neuroscience, social psychology, anthropology, literature, to name a few, and we could see how they achieved maturity and perspective. And this eclecticism also reflected in their final projects, such as fusion food recipes or international Christmas celebrations, showing thus their open-mindedness and creativity. Moreover, the video conferences allow our students to be in action gain the actual hands-on experience to deal with the virtual agile working environment, which now has become a commonplace following the pandemic. And this experience will certainly help them when they enter the job market. Besides this, our students have also developed friendships. They've been meeting each other for real, and they are really embracing mobility. The fact that our students obtain a certificate at the end of the course, I believe that it really makes them stand out from the rest. So, one of the students got an internship in an animal sanctuary in New Delhi, in India, called All Creatures, Great and Small. And when she told me about this internship, she sounded really very confident to take on this new journey. After having participated in this Let's Talk project, one of our students has applied to Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich for a master's degree. So, in short, I would say I'm really proud of being part of this Let's Talk program and wish it a long-lasting life. Let's now listen to some of our students' testimonials, okay? So, dear students, the floor is yours. Thank you.
So, 3 students from different backgrounds have accepted to talk about how they experience this program. So Maria de Temple, who is a student in the first year of Masters in Biology and Health, and she's an overseas student from Spain.
Thank you. Well, when we think of someone who's living abroad, we always picture the good life that person is having, traveling, meeting new people and places, and of course that's the fun part. However, as an overseas student, I can tell you a not so fun but still beautiful part of the journey, which is all the downs and difficulties we encounter during that time that still make you grow as a person. I felt sad when I returned home, and I've realized that not a lot of people could understand me after being abroad. And in this course, I have connected with people in a very short time just because we shared these same feelings. Also, this class helped me put a name to a lot of these feelings with a theoretical background. And it also taught me concepts that I had lived, but thought were just anecdotes to tell. For example, the different types of societies and all the cultural shocks that takes, or how to approach a conflict, and also the hierarchies within a society or a company, which do not exist in some countries during Christmas dinners. As a scientist, it helped me learn that culture plays an important role when working, especially in the way of expressing an opinion. But mostly, after having only science classes, it felt nice to have something where you could be more personal rather than professional. Before this course, I didn't know there was so much study behind this side of culture, and I think everyone should benefit from learning how to be more culturally aware. So 100% recommended.
So Anna Manvelian, who is a refugee student from Armenia, and she's just completed her 2nd year in physics.
Thank you. So I wanted to read what I wrote, but I think I'm just going to say what's in my heart. When people ask me, when I talk in French, everyone says that I have an accent, so they ask me, where are you from? And I say Armenia, but because I was born there. But if we talk about the cultural background, I lived in France, and I get along with the French culture a lot. And so I would say a little bit of French, a little bit of Armenian. And so if we can mix both of them, it would be me. And in this class, I just learned how to understand the other cultures. We did a collaboration with Szeged students, and I understood about Iranian culture, and I saw that there was a lot of common with the Armenian culture, and not to, we always think of stereotypes, and I remember Yaya, the second student, telling me that everyone is looking at Iran people like we are coming and we're dangerous, but it's not at all. And I realized that there was a lot of conflict in me between all the cultures that I was involved in. And this course was very helpful for me to understand my own culture and to understand myself as well. And so it helped me to realize that I had to wear what we call the cultural lenses to understand the situation. And at the end, I would like to say that understanding culture is a matter of our everyday life because we can see that it can lead to conflict, to misunderstanding, and to miscommunication between people. And so I would recommend this course to everyone who has lived what I lived, or maybe not, but who wants to understand himself and his own culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. And now we have Axel Henges, who is French. And he also followed this course. And he also just completed his second year bachelor's degree in physics.
Thank you. During the second semester of this year, I had the chance to follow the Intercultural Communication course, part of the EUGLOH program. It was for me a new way to practice English, and I was very surprised to see how much I gained from this course. I was in a group with Anna, which is my school partner for 2 years, and during this period of exchange, I discovered a lot about her. Thanks to her, I discovered the Armenian culture that I didn't know at all. I was also able to find out who she was with her personal story, and I think that helped me to know her better. Moreover, I met Yaya, who is an Iranian student currently studying in Szeged in Hungary. This meeting gave me a lot, and it was thanks to the EUGLOH program that this was possible. It is always interesting to meet people with another culture and to get along very well. I was also able to understand that despite our different cultures, being a student can bring us together behind common ideas and thoughts. It gives me faith in the future. Moreover, I think that learning about intercultural communication is important for a future scientist, because a scientist has to deal with people from all around the world in his research job. Being able to communicate with other people, and especially with people from other countries, is essential in teamwork. It's a skill that this course teaches us. I would totally recommend this program to other students. Although practicing English differently, it is a human experience that I wish everyone to live. Thank you.
So thank you for having accepted to come despite your exams and everything. I would now just like to end by showing you some of the projects that our students made together with the Szeged and LMU. So this was a game, for example, called Cultural Poly, a game of culture. And I would like to read what the students wrote. So a quote from Virginia Woolf: "I'm not one and simple, but complex and many." And they created this game to show that in this age of misinformation, common misconceptions exist when it comes to knowledge about other cultures. We always know less than we think. We have to respect what other people do, what they think doing is right, and what they think is right. There may exist more than one truth. With knowledge, by good communication and sharing, we can avoid critical incidents and hurting each other's feelings when interacting between cultures. There are bigger things that unite us than where or what culture we come from. We had a website designed by students testing your tolerance. Oh, sorry. How do I went back. Or here, the students wrote stories about values that they shared, and each of them wrote a story, and then each of them translated the story into English, and then from English to their native languages. So this is a whole collection of stories in different languages. And I would like to end with a short story that was written by two students, Oriane Piogini and Héloïse Prévost from Paris-Saclay, and Liliana Jaramani from Szeged. And they wrote a short story whose title was The Path. And this is how they end the story. What is real or not is pretty much out of our reach. We should always take the time to listen to other people's stories and beliefs, no matter how distant we think we are. The nature of life makes us all go through similar difficulties, and there is no single way of overcoming them. Those different perspectives expand our minds. They are gifts and reminders that we are not alone on this planet. So I would like to say thank you in rainbow colors to all the EUGLOH staff, Sandrine, Slavka, Lila, Katrin, Barbara, Monica from LMU, my dear colleagues from LMU and Szeged, Lotzi, Tomasz, Gertie, Kari, Stephanie, from Porto, Liliana, Marta, Jean-François and Isabelle from Paris-Saclay. I would like to thank Fatima Fatima Vieira from Porto, who gave me the inspiration to set up the new version of Let's Talk Art and Science, and Agnes, who is going to participate, and Sanda in this new project, all the students who participated, and last but not least, all the back office, because without the back office, we would not be here where we are. And it really made me laugh when I saw the title of this talk in the program. It says the Let's Talk series. So we are not on Netflix yet, but I can tell you that we enjoyed as much as any Netflix series. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all of you for this presentation. I think I speak for all of us when I say it was very inspiring and emotionally inspiring too. I think that something that's come up over the last 2 days, some of us have been here 2 days already, some of us only one, is that we want EUGLOH to be a home, and we would like our students and our staff to feel at home on their own campuses just as they feel at home on the campuses of their partners. And we're also a growing alliance, so feeling at home, we'll feel at home in more places with more people. And so our intercultural competencies will be at the heart of what will make us grow together and continue to learn and to innovate and develop. But we have to start with understanding. So thank you for carrying that work forward for all of us. Our next presentation is coming from two collaborators from the University of Szeged, Ferenc Petak and Almos Schronk, who will present the Student Annual Research Conference that they have collaborated on together.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily, and thanks for all of you for coming. I'm Ferenc Petak, as Emily introduced me, and I am the academic leader of Work Package 3. Work Package 3 is about research and innovation, and the implementation of these ideas which are used in research and innovation in university education. I have to tell you, I prepared some digital questionnaires, but we tried it about half an hour ago and we had technical difficulties, so we gave up. So I also like the idea of starting the talk with the questions. So I follow Cilla. And I have a question at the beginning from all of you. Who are you, and I hope there will be many hands in the air, are involved in some kind of academic or teaching activity at the university? I know that some of you are in management or administrative. Very good, thank you very much. And I have a further question from those do you have students working in your laboratory, in your facility, graduate, postgraduate? Please raise your hand again. Very good, because the today's talk will be focused, as you can see already on the title, a student research conference that we organize, which means that we involved students to present their work. And I have to tell you, there is a busy year behind us in Work Package 3. We organize many, many events, almost 10 summer schools, and also other events with innovation days, innovation week, and many of them. And when the idea came up, us to suggest one event, I was thinking about the student research conference, and I tried to explain in the next couple of slides why we did this. Then I don't need to explain my first slides, and then everybody will believe me that students are really involved in different scientific activities at all universities. And why they do this? They have a lot of graduate duties, of course, visit lectures and practicals and seminars, but they're still very enthusiastic to join research laboratories. First motivation is to deepen their knowledge of their interest. They got interest in a special field, they get in touch with the supervisor, and they have a deeper knowledge in a specific area. And it's mutually beneficial for the student, for the supervisor, everybody. Another motivation for the students to join a research lab or any other facilities to understand different research methodologies, and this will help them in their studies. For example, how to design a study. If they are reading a conclusion in a textbook, how this conclusion came up, what's the thought and what's the process behind it. And also how to govern, how to do correctly a data collection process or evaluation process. Let's see how the biostatistics is working in real practice, not in textbooks, or artificial intelligence, or bioinformatics on big data. And also presentation skills, or scientific communication in more general term. So there are lots of things, or research ethics, or scientometry. I can continue the line for, I don't know how many times you have. We have all together 20 minutes. Just one moment to this slide, and I have a firm evidence that students are involved in research in my laboratory. You can see the picture there with Amos in my laboratory, working very hard, and you can see him also in three-dimensional form. So you trust me that I'm not talking about something science fiction. Now, what is the creation story? So why we did what we did? There was no organized forum for the students who are involved in these research activities to present their results to each other, and also for the supervisors and to jury. So the idea was to create some kind of forum for this. And this also helps to share research experiences between students, between supervisors also. And also it helps to strengthen, of course, multidisciplinary links between the collaborators, between the laboratories and students. We also involved, you will see later, senior lecturers. So the students have also input from real high-end top scientists, how to make scientific achievements. And this was also part of the conference, is to have plenary talks from these distinguished scientists. So what was the objective? The objective was to organize and to give a forum to present their own scientific results in an organized form, and it's the emphasis on the own scientific results. So what they reached, what they did, not the supervisors. Of course, the supervisors helped them, but the results were their own results. And we were lucky to have students from all 5 partner universities at all education level. We didn't make a restriction, so BSc, Master, and PhD students we accepted. And I have to tell you that one of the aim of the EUGLOH is to have multidisciplinary achievements, and this was very, very well achieved in this activity, because we had students from, if my memory is correct, 8 different faculties, from arts to sciences, medical faculty, pharmacology, dentistry, I don't know, even a music faculty, somebody who presented the study, how the pulse rate is changing for different music styles. Very fascinating, and it's an interdisciplinary area. So 135 students registered and participated, so we were happy to have so high numbers, and 23 lecturers. So there were 54 oral presentations. And what was also innovative in this kind of activities, we organized 25 e-posters, because we had limited time of 3 days, and fortunately we had more applicants than the 3-day time window allowed. So we asked the students, some of them, to make a presentation video or upload their presentation slides to the information system of the university, where there was a discussion forum underneath, where people were able to visit, like these real posters outside, and asking questions. And also there was a time slot where there was an online discussion in front of these electronic posters. And there were 8 plenary talks. Now, as I said earlier, the objective was multidisciplinarity, and we achieved this aim. You can see here the main topics of the different sessions that we were able to organize. There was a session on aging and dementia. And as I mentioned already, not only the medical part, but also economic and social impact and many others. Psychological mental disorders, increasing importance, 21st century cancer screening and care. Unfortunately, Hungary is almost world leading in this area. Antimicrobial resistance. We saw a talk yesterday, a lightning talk about it. Cardiovascular diseases, environmental challenges. We are facing today quite serious challenges in this area. There was a session on water and food, contamination and climate change. Very exciting. And don't forget, I forgot to tell you, but you can see it on the slide, that this event was in 2020 September, which was in the beginning of the second COVID wave. So there was a big session on pandemic diseases, including COVID-19, and there were many abstracts in this area. So also the objective was to evaluate the students, young people also. I'm not young person anymore, but I like compete, but young people like even more to compete. So this was a kind of competition. So each presentation was evaluated by an academic jury. They gave points, and they make a ranking of these presentations. And we also, you know, a student conference is not only about science. You can look at me and you can appreciate it. It also should be used to build social relationship and contacts and interaction between students. So in the evenings, we organized sessions to facilitate this kind of activity. We had a live jazz band who played, and students joined and watching together. Also, there was a yoga session online. There was a virtual city tour in Szeged with the recorded video, and if my memory is correct, it included also the most important facility, or not the most important, one of the most important facilities in Szeged for students are the pubs. Challenges to overcome. Now, of course, this idea came up, but when we started the organization, we thought that we can do it in personal way, but we were in the middle of the second wave. As this curve shows, the online organization posed a great challenge for all of us. At that time, students and supervisors were not very familiar with the electronic presentation system. By now, we are doing it very well, but this was a bit of challenge. There was a lack of personal contacts, like, you know, scientific sessions can be done quite effectively in an online way, but, you know, the one of the most important parts of the conference, including this EUGLOH summit, is the coffee break and the evening programs. Online doesn't work. We can drink coffee together in front of the camera, but it doesn't give the same feeling. Also, closing ceremony and presentation award, we tried to do it as fancy as we can, but online didn't give back the same feeling. And another challenge was for the academic jury, because as I said, there was a wide variety of presentations, so they had to compare many times apples with oranges. So it was very, very difficult decision-making process for them. That was a challenge. Impact. Now, for the impact, I was thinking what to present for you, and I could have tell you very nice words about ourselves, like how nice we are and how nice work we did, but instead of that, I chose information that the students presented about us. And one information is like this. These are the abstract keywords. I made a word cloud on the European map. So you can see that there is a huge variety of topics: health, resistance, digital barrier, drug. I don't know, I'm not going to read all of them, but the size of the letter reflects the frequency of the different terms. And I tried to find some concept, which word is placed on the top of which country, but I was not discover any, so don't try to identify your country with a word like pregnancy with Paris. I don't know, it's the computer software did it like this. And also, instead of self-explanation, applause, how nice we are, I collected comments. There was an evaluation form at the end of the conference where the students were able to interact. And these are quotations came from the students as an impact. And I have to tell you, none of these are written by me. And none of these are coming from our team. These are coming from students without any addition. So these are real quotations. I'm not going to read them, but you can see that the conference, despite of the online organization, it had a very, very nice atmosphere, very, very nice feedbacks. And we hope that the next event like this, we will be able to organize in person, at least part of it. And I'm very, very sure that this will have a lot of added value, that we can see each other. We notice now that it's totally different looking each other on the computer screen than meeting with each other and discuss in front of a refreshing drink like coffee or something else. I would like to also thank for all the teams in Szeged to help us to organize this conference. Without them, it would not have been possible. I'm a bit reluctant to tell names because I will forget some of them. So thanks a lot for the Szeged team, and thanks a lot for all other partners to help us to recruit students and delegate students. And I give the stage to one of the students who participated, Amos, and he is going to give you some more input, and thanks for your attention. Please, Amos.
Thank you very much. So my name is Amos Schantz. I'm a final year PhD student from University of Szeged, and I would like to talk about in the next slides, talk about my experiences regarding to the Student Research Conference. So I joined our research group in third year of my medical student medical studies. And in the following years, I could participate in local and the national student research conferences, and I gained some experiences, got good and bad critics from the jury, and these were so nice experiences. But to prepare for this EUGLOH Student Research Conference, it was so different. So first of all, I wanted to choose a good topic for this conference, which is important, has a real value, and has a real value, and maybe it's good for clinical practice as well, as we're working on the medical field. And we had some issues with the preparations, like we had to present in English. It was not so familiar. I mean, I've presented 2 or 3 times in English previously to this, but now we had to present in English. And it also, as Ferry mentioned, it was during the COVID pandemic. So we had to present all the things online, which means that there are not really interactions, there are no eye contacts, or you can't really feel the reactions, just the Q&A sessions at the end of your presentation. And also because of the wide fields and the wide wide range of topics at the sessions, we had to prepare from very different questions from the juries. So it was a really long preparation phase. But after the long preparation for this research conference, I can talk about about my experiences and what happened after. So this conference was a real eye-opener. So I've heard a lot of important presentations with really, really hot topics in every field. You could see that there are so many sessions with really wide interest. And we could gain, just hearing each other's presentations, we could learn a lot from them. And the questions and the suggestions of the jury, of the academic jury, it helped our work really. So we could gain a lot of experience from them, and we could learn a lot from them. So after the research conference, I got closer to the EUGLOH. I joined the student board, and I also joined the VP3 group. And I could work together with, for example, with Ferry, but I could work together with all the students in the student board. I could be the local chair for almost a year in the student board, and this resulted in that I started to thought maybe I could start an international path. And maybe I could do some research abroad as well. So this resulted in that I'm a research fellow now at University of Geneva in Switzerland. And it's just beautiful that an event like this, or EUGLOH, can change the way of thinking and can change a life of someone. So I would like to thank for the EUGLOH and for all of you, and I would like to thank for your patience and thank you.
Thank you, Ferenc, and thank you, Almos. I think the Student Research Conferences shows the transformative experience of being together with fellow students where you know you're practicing and growing as researchers and as presenters. And an opportunity to do that in a space where you know it's okay if some things go less than perfectly, but also the huge advantage of EUGLOH to develop a network for the future for yourselves personally and professionally. Our next presentation will be from 2 colleagues from the University of Porto, Antonio Coelho and João Gomes. They will present digital media in health, communication, and literature.
Thank you, Emily. So good morning, everyone. Bom dia. So my name is Antonio Coelho. I'm a professor at the University of Porto and also academic leader of Work Package 4. And it is very interesting that we, but listening to the previous colleagues and the teams, we, in the different work package, found something that is transversal and which is interdisciplinarity, multiculturality, and teamwork. And so I think that an important thing about EUGLOH is that we found this richness about this diversity. And so I'm going to share with you an experience that we have done in WP4. Okay. So this course is called Digital Media in Health Communication and Literacy. So the idea is that in Work Package 4, we are focused on personal development and employability. So what can bring students as they graduate and they have the technical skills to be better professionals? So, and we try to create some transversal skills that help them with that. And so in this presentation, I'll talk a little about the introductory to the course mantra, and also some explanations of the 2 editions that have been done and the next one. So the course was designed to introduce students to the fundamentals of science communication, but in the digital age. So we think that it is incredibly important that the scientists can communicate science to all publics. And I believe many of us, and maybe I have to ask a question that everyone would answer. So I would ask, who was inspired by TV programs like Carl Sagan in Cosmos to become scientists? Okay, we see the older people raising hands. We have we have a new series from Cosmos from another professor with great communication. But I feel that that was a breakthrough to try to use the media. TV was the best media at the moment. There was no internet at the time. And so how could we take advantage of that to communicate science and improve science literacy? For the course, we took a problem-based learning approach. So first, we defined the problem, and that was one of the tasks, to clearly define the problem to be solved. Then, focus on a target audience. It is important that we focus on who we want to communicate to. And then, we think of the solution. And that is something that, of course, is common to every project. We have to find the problems, only then we find the solutions. But sometimes it's not always perceived, and it has to be done creatively. So we started the first edition in the school year of 2021, in the pandemic crisis, so fully online. Not our first choice, but had to be done. So we created a structure in 11 weeks. So we have developed the hackathon, we follow the hackathon methodology with design thinking and lean approach during 11 weeks of online synchronous classes. So first we have a first phase of finding the needs. So focus on the target audience and find the needs to define the problem. Then we have to screen the needs and specify the problem clearly to be able to solve it. Then, of course, we have the phase of the ideation, concept definition, and then the concept development. So during these 11 weeks online, we tried to start defining the problem to reach the solution. So we have introduced many mentors that help the students during the process, either first inspiring them to find the problems and the needs, but also to mentor the process of creating the concept and the idea. So we have a lot of mentors: Charlie Muller, Nader Cruz, Nuno Espanha, Joana Magalhães, Rita Machado, Lena Kurtz, Maxime Blanc, Sandor Urst, Débora Miranda, Pedro Campos, Marie Coens, and Ana Letts, Ana Carrilho, Paulo Gonçalves, Ademar Aguiar, and Nadine. And as you can see, Nadine Koenig, as you can see, we bring mentors from all universities. That was a really important partnership. And about the project of Action and Learning project, so at the beginning, in week 1, they had to choose a team. So all the students choose a team, so that they can do following the problem statements and introduce the target audience. From the teams, at week 2, they voted, and the best themes, the most voted, were selected. So the themes to define the problems were proposed by the students themselves. Then we divided the class. By the way, there was around 30 students that went into squads. And why the squad? So basically, the squad is because they are part of one team. And this is important. Normally, the hackathon methodology is about competition. But here, we don't want competition. It was not a competition. We want them to collaborate as a single team, collaborating to change the world, to make a better world. So, through the following weeks, each squad applied the tools and frameworks that we introduced and the mentors acquired through the course. And this helped them inculcate a more entrepreneurial way of working, more creative, with tools to help them structure this process. We had these synchronized weekly sections to provide feedback on their efforts. And through week 3 to 10, each squad had to present a quick 15-minute status update. This allows to receive the supervisory's feedback from the professors, mentors, and also the colleagues. This is one team only, so they're all part of one team. And this debrief allows them to compare notes among the squads and also the progress. So we don't have to say, you're late, perhaps, or should work a little faster, because they understand the progress of each squad, and they are part of one team, so they are motivated by each other. And of course, they share their experiences. Then, at week 10, when students have finished their projects with the new acquired tools, they prepare the elevator pitch that was on week 11. Of course, being online was not the ideal, and we miss the party and social part that is so important for bonding. Regarding grading, we tried to grade all the process. So we grade both the attendance, the weekly interventions in class. We had 2 presentations before the final submission that was also graded. The final submission was the most important, and also peer grade. So the students graded themselves as well, and the final pitch. For online, we have a team, and I had to thank all the team, from myself, from my colleague Tiago Gama Rocha, from Enani Oliveira, from all the mentors, and also Abel Gomes that prepare all the synchronous platform. We use Discord. It is important that all this process is synchronized by using digital platforms. And of course, the incredible EUGLOH team of the before and the others, the team in Porto was incredible in preparing all this. And then the year after, in 2021, 2022, in the fall of 21, we were able to create the blended approach. So we reduced a little the number of weeks to prepare and have a final face-to-face time to the implementation and final pitch. So we reduced a little the needs findings. So we brought mentors that proposed the problems. So it was faster to reach the problems. Then the need screening was the same, and then concept creation. And the concept screening was done first online in 1 week and then presentially. So in the 3 days. So week 8, we had a 3 days in-person event where students proceed to prepare the final assets for their elevator pitch. We had this ability to create some social program that can make better bonding themselves before the elevator pitch. And we are preparing the 3rd edition. It will be in 15 days. It will start on 27th of June. And it has 1 day online and 1 week in Porto. Although the applications are closed, if you still are interested, you can call me, contact me, and you'll be able to, we still have some places for the next edition. We'll be on 27th of June online, and then the first week of July in Porto, presentially. So we'll have, the first day will be about first introducing the process and creating the teams, squads in this case, and then introducing the problem. So we have a surprise team for the students. We'll introduce the problem from professionals in the area, and then we have condensed these in 4 days of hard work and also bonding in social events. So final remarks, this is not a competition. Collaboration is key. And I think that this is a key for as professionals, they need to collaborate with people from different areas. Science is where it all starts, but the strong concepts are at the center of the project. The concepts we want to communicate, of course. And always focus on the target audience. It is important there to understand their needs, their, how to convey a unique, simple message presented to a well-defined, non-scientific audience and in a clear and direct way. And be realistic. So, in time and resources, we don't have all time and resources. We have to make shortcuts to the solution. Be professional, but have fun doing it. And then I have João Gomes. He was in the last edition, involved in the last edition as a student, and he has made available, of course, to present his testimony of this experience. João, thank you.
Awesome. So yeah, I'll just share a few words on what my experience was like. As you understood, this was the mantra that got very stuck with me from early on, define the problem. And the problem that we were offered with to work with, it was a second edition, so we didn't get to choose our problem. Yeah, we were just ended out the way it was. But it was a very relevant problem for us right now. It's a problem that we have seen previously also. I'm sorry that I was speaking far away from the microphone, which is the anti-vaccine sentiment. It has been with us for quite some years. But we have seen with the COVID-19 vaccine, I guess, a booster with that feeling, and that could work as a pun also on my side. Then we move for the well-defined target audience. In here, we use several techniques to understand what could be the scope of our audience. We use clipping techniques, and we underline the fact that anti-vaxxers were definitely not our target. We cannot work with them, we cannot shape the way they thought. So we decided to tackle the ones who were skeptical, the ones who felt obligated to take the vaccine, or that were more hesitant, but well, I'll take it, but I'm not very keen on doing so. And then, this was my favorite part, thinking about the solution, the most creative part, I would say. Yeah, one of the other mantras, I would say it's iteration. We keep on hearing these words during the course. And this allowed us to create our brand. This is the brand for our team. That we ended up developing, not for the product itself, but regarding the product, what we wanted to create was a platform in which people could access not only information on the most recent scientific evidence on vaccines that exists, that is not the intention of anyone who's vaccine hesitant to actually search for that, but to actually provide them an opportunity for them to search or input their doubts, at first have answers coming from people who are in the field and working in the field, either medical doctors or scientists, but eventually to feed an algorithm that is able to understand what the question is and feed them with a predetermined answer for the question that, or the doubt that the person has. This is a mock-up. We learned, of course, how to use tools like Figma to do these sort of mock-ups. We had a colleague in Germany, in LMU, that also recorded a podcast. This was a side project, but in the end, it gained a lot of importance for the project on its own. Basically, it addressed features such as the most trendy topics on why vaccines are not accepted and why they should. So this was one of the relevant aspects. And yeah, this was the first presential event that I was able to attend through EUGLOH. Here you can see another colleague of mine, Eduardo, also from Portugal. And at that stage, we were working with two colleagues, one from Kazakhstan and the other one from India, but based in Germany. They were not able to travel. This was at the peak of the pandemic, and it was very difficult also for them to come to us. And if you ask me what was the main takeaway, I wouldn't say that it was the project on its own. It was the interoperability of the teams. So it pretty much is the essence of EUGLOH, our ability to work as a team or within a team with different nationalities, even different cultures, different schedules, different time zones. And the Kazakhstan was a very difficult one for us to include. Nonetheless, everything worked out pretty well. We were offered the opportunity to move forward with the project. I believe that it's going to be more streamlined in the new edition for this to happen for upcoming projects. And I would say that skills like communication are definitely not something that is streamlined in the regular form of education in the classroom, at least not in Portugal, as far as I'm concerned. So these sort of courses allowed us the possibility of further developing that. Problem solving and teamwork were skills that were definitely tackled in this course. Of course, I invite you all to talk with Professor Antonio if you want to be part of the next edition. It's going to happen soon. And, well, it includes a trip to Porto, so I think that's also a good way of convincing the students in the room. But at the end of the day, it's the outcome, it's up to you. And definitely you can take much from it. So I'll hand back the word to Professor Antonio. Yeah.
Thank you very much, João. And I just leave you with some of the written testimonies of the other students that could not be here. And yes, so if you want to get to the next edition, you still have time. Contacting me, please. And if you want to look more about this hackathon, then you have also the link there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, João, and thank you, Antonio. I think if there are two things then that we can take away from your talk to us, it's cooperation and creativity. And I would argue that the one helps with the other and vice versa. Creativity is a process in which we have to be a little bit vulnerable. And if we can cooperate with one another, that provides us the opportunity to be creative together. So I think this is exactly what we keep talking about with EUGLOH, and it's a thrill to hear more in detail and from the students who have gotten to enjoy this course, what we can offer to future students. Our next presentation will be of the e-conference series, Katrin Franiak, and she will present her other colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. So I'm Katrin Franiak. I'm the EUGLOH Campus Life Manager. Before we start, I wanted to take the time to thank the e-conference Diversity and Inclusion organization team that could not make it today, and also my colleagues, Margarida Coelho, that helps us work on the campus life, and Maria Ines, our student, also from University of Porto, that also contributes to the development of EUGLOH Campus Life. So, as all focus groups, we were asked to give you an inspiring talk about co-construction. And it is a pleasure to be able to give you a glimpse of our ways of working, and we hope this will help encourage further collaborations within EUGLOH. But before telling you how we do it, shouldn't we first ask ourselves, what is co-construction? So what is co-construction? If you look up in the dictionary, co-construction is the act of building together. And building together, it's about a group of people collaborating with the same goal. Our purposes may differ, our vision, our ways of approaching the topic may differ. So how do you make it a success? It all started after the presentation of one of our benchmarks at the early stage of EUGLOH. We knew we had to address diversity and inclusion, and we had a free page to do it. We could have chosen to go for a full-day workshop once a year, but the COVID-19 pandemic was already in our lives, and proposing a full day of video conference once a year seemed like just not the right format. So after exchanging ideas, we all agreed to split that full day into a series of 1.5 hour long conferences for which we would have the same framework and layout for each of the conferences. The idea behind this series was to make the best of the results and ensure addressing diversity and inclusion all year long. It was also to find a way of working that would be easy, or at least the less demanding possible, where we could be having taking turns in leading the subjects, splitting tasks, having a framework that would fit all the conferences, and so when we came to addressing a new topic, we'd know the steps, the roles, and the expertise needed. It was also a way to establish common grounds and be able to focus even more on the content.
Thank you. So why is the conference a prime example of co-creation and of building together within the EUGLOH framework? This is because the community of this European Alliance, which is composed by people coming from 5 higher education institutions that are geographically distant and even culturally distant, the community, they come together and are involved in this sort of back and forth dialogue, a sort of pedagogical discussion or conversation around topics of well-being and inclusion within university life. So these topics range from accessibility to physical and mental well-being to different forms of discriminatory behavior that we want to avoid. And so not only during these conferences we include a diversity of perspectives, but we also provide information and tools towards the improvement of our common transnational campus. So during these conferences, on the one hand, we have the experts. So these experts can be researchers, professors, or even students that have or that are developing a master or PhD thesis in a relevant topic. These experts come and they show a more scientific, theoretical, formal point of view regarding a certain topic. And they usually provide data and even provide advice or some mitigating measures for the problem at hand or the topic at hand. Then on the other side, we have the members of the audience, the members of the community who also have a voice in these conferences. So they can interact and engage in these sessions either through live polls that take place during the session, through the chat, the regular chat, or even in pre-recorded formats. So there is the opportunity to display their personal experience with certain topics in small videos of around 1 minute. Additionally, the audience can engage directly with the experts through the Q&A section of the webinars. And this means that they can also pose their questions anonymously. So in conclusion, basically, this means that no one in the community has to shy away from coming to these conferences and dealing with some sensitive topics or complex topics, because not only the experts are there to help, but they can also engage anonymously. Then we have the presentation of local projects or initiatives taking place right now at the 5 local campuses that can help provide solutions and pave ways forward to better enhance our campus life. So these are the people actually working every day with these issues of discrimination, etc., and who provide basically an exchange of good practices. So we get to learn from each other and even take ideas for future EUGLOH level initiatives. And finally, so as to ensure the most equal and democratic participation possible, we always provide sign language and oral language interpretation in all the conferences, which are also made available online on EUGLOH website, so you can always go there and have the information and see the sessions.
Thank you. Collaborating and building together necessarily generates challenges. And there is no single answer to the question, how to make a collaboration a success. Collaboration is about human beings interacting together and therefore emotions, egos, and own agendas go in the way. Our first step was to make sure we agreed on the goal and the framework. Another major challenge was to find time to gather and to keep dynamic of the group. How do you collaborate with people far away? By video conferencing, one-to-one or in groups, by emails, by phone or other social media tools, by shared documents and anything else technology may offer. In short, the same way you would with a colleague that is not in your office. The difference? You're even more eager to meet when mobility becomes possible. On our side, to answer that need of dynamic, we decided to set regular meetings and then split tasks to lighten everyone's workload. Another important point was to make sure we build all together, whatever our level of seniority. Since the very beginning, the students have been involved in the group, having a say and choosing their own role for each conference. We also make sure that we listen to one another and encourage different views. At first, there was the need to confirm the framework and efficiency of what we were setting up. So we tried, we tested, and shared feedback and improved along the way. And working all together on a regular basis has also allowed us to discover one another more in depth and reinforce our collaboration in other tasks for those who happen to work in other common groups. We rely on expertise and learn by sharing our doubts, asking questions on the subjects. We share tasks on a volunteer base and take turns to avoid one doing the same thing all the time. We use the strength of being an alliance and make sure to take into account everyone's challenges or situation, even more when addressing sensitive subjects, especially as we are here talking about inclusion and diversity.
Thank you. Hello. So now I'm going to talk about the impact of these e-conferences. But first, I would like you to listen to 3 testimonies from members of the organization team who unfortunately can't be here today.
Hi, my name is Laura and I'm from NMU in Munich. I started working in the e-conference group last year in November. And so far I have attended 2 e-conferences. I do like the idea of the e-conference very much because the e-conferences that I have attended were of course interesting, and I liked the exchange between the experts and the speakers and the student initiatives and of course the audience as well. Besides of that, I do like to be part of the organization team because after your organization you can see a result of what you have done. I hope that the e-conferences will continue because I think that it offers a good environment for the exchange between different people with different backgrounds.
My name is Alice Ribeiro. I work at the Inclusion Office at the University of Porto. I started working with a group that was dealing with campus life and its issues, and with the goal to build a welcoming, inclusive campus for all the diversity of the community that was coming in from all these different partners of the Alliance. Working at an inclusion office as I did, this was a great opportunity to share the experiences, but also to give the possibility of the whole diversity within the university to be able to participate, to share their voices and their experiences on such important subjects as accessibility, inclusion, racism, mental illness, sexual orientation. All of these subjects that community in general is so unaware and so ill-informed regarding all this. And another interesting thing of this project is that all the e-conferences are recorded, and everyone can get back to that information. You can visit all that again within the EUGLOH website, where we have all the recordings of the different conferences, and you can go back and see the opinion of experts, see the testimonies again, and even use it as training for your community, as material for your lectures. There's a lot of possibilities within what we have built that can be used again in order to achieve a more inclusive campus. I would certainly recommend this type of collaboration, and I would mainly point out 2 reasons. I would have much more, but we do not have the time for it. So 2 main reasons. One is that we were able together to build this showcase for all the interesting activities that we are doing in the different universities regarding the subjects of the e-conferences, thus showing how committed people actually are in the different universities to these subjects. And another reason is the possibility of working in international teams. It is really great. For me, it was a very interesting experience. It was really great to have that opportunity, because it was very interesting how we could discuss these different perspectives, influenced, of course, by our own cultures, by our own countries, our own perspectives, in a way. And also realizing that although diverse and different as we are as a team, we were committed to the same goal, this goal of achieving an inclusive campus and really focusing on what really matters. And what really matters is that people should feel happy, should be valued and proud on their diversity, should be cherished within the community. And that was a really great lesson, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues for all the work that we have done so far. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Zsuzsanna from the University of Szeged. So in regards of the e-conferences, I have a really strong personal attachment since I was there since the very beginning, back in January 2021, when we were hosting our first e-conference. I was one of the members of the organizing team, and it's truly great to see up to this day that the outline that we dreamed for these events are still being used up until this day, and they seem to be a very successful one. Also, this event was one of the first intercultural collaborations within the VP5 working group, and it was a foundation for our future success and our good collaborations that we still maintain up until this day. Even though the e-conferences are essentially deliverables that we need to accomplish, they mean so much more than that, because they spotlight very important topics that need to be discussed, need to be put out there for the public. And it's really great that 5 European universities are doing this within Mutual Alliance. I think the importance of these e-conferences is that they aim to educate not through the general classroom seminar type of way, but through actually highlighting and showcasing different methods, approaches that can be used in your everyday life and draw more attention to the important aspects of the given topic that is being discussed in the conference. One of the great advantages, and what I'm really proud of, is that we managed to get a constantly high amount of attendees for all of these online events. And what I personally like most about the conferences is all of the great arguments, discussions, and talking between the panelists and the attendees. It's truly great to be part of this, and sometimes it can be a really eye-opening experience for everyone. And I recommend this sort of collaboration for everyone who wishes to achieve better intercultural collaboration, mutual understanding, and acceptance. It is truly a great example for this. Thank you.
So we saw the impact for the organizations team, and we also listened something about the audience, about the impact on the audience. But now I would like to talk a little bit about the impact on me, these e-conferences on me, the impact as a student and a student perspective, which I believe is the same perspective for other students like Charlotte, who helped me moderating an e-conference, the Family Life Reconciliation e-conference. People usually say that my generation is the future. But our future, my future, starts now, in the present. Or even better, our future starts in the very beginning, since we are born. This means that we have to have knowledge and be aware of this diversity and inclusion aspects right now. Also, we should be part of the organization of these awareness activities. We should have the chance to give our opinions and share our thoughts. And sometimes it's really difficult to have this opportunity. Sometimes we have to force it. But fortunately, with EUGLOH, it is a little bit different. You don't have to force anything. The students are automatically invited and actively participate in EUGLOH activities. And that, for me, is the biggest impact for students. We have the opportunity to interact with different cultures, different people, as Laura said, with different backgrounds. We grow a lot from this. And we grow a lot from this. I just want to highlight one more thing. These diversity and inclusion e-conferences are not just diverse and inclusive on the content of the speeches. They are diverse and inclusive from its roots, from the organization team. For me, that's how we maximize the impact. That's how EUGLOH works. Okay. Yes. So, in conclusion, after all these intervenients have spoken, in conclusion, I would like to say that the WP5 Campus Life team has really been able to come together and jointly deliver and consistently deliver a high-quality conference always with different topics, but always promoting well-being in higher education and always promoting European values. And not only that, but further than that, it's establishing a common language and a common ground for communication, because we're all learning with these new topics, learning how to handle sensitive issues, learning how to ask questions and how to answer them in an empathic way. So this is really learning to communicate with each other, and that is the basis and the seed for us to be able to grow together and continuously improve this international campus. So thank you very much. I also take the opportunity to thank the WP5 Campus Life team, especially the committee responsible for the organization of these e-conferences. I'm not part of that committee. I do help a little bit, but I'm not part of that committee. These people who we saw here in video and who couldn't be here today, they are. And it's thanks to them, thanks to Katrin, and thanks to the involvement of student representatives like Marina Espinhel, that this has been possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you to all three of you, and of course the three that couldn't be here today. I think that this presentation shows that growth and change is not necessarily in a straight line, but that it's well worth the effort it takes, and the value that we get out of attempting to change perspectives and to interact with one another goes well beyond what we would have imagined in the beginning. Our next speaker is Miguel Souza, who will present, and of course Antonio Coelho, who will present the EUGLORIA Business Survey that was carried out in the EUGLORIA, in the framework of EUGLORIA.
Okay. Just some context about this business survey that was run not only by Gloria WP4, but also EUGLOH WP4. We have synergies, and so we at Gloria, we take research and innovation, and obviously we need to understand that universities need to be open to the outside world. So it's not only in our inner circle, we need to open to outside world, and the WP4 Gloria is our task, this relationship between the academia and business, where we call it academia business networks. This relationship must be part of ourselves, and it is right now. But it is right now at each university level. So the challenge now is how we scale up this relationship to an alliance level. Obviously, in order to scale up this relationship to an alliance level, it needs to make sense for both us, but also, most important, for what we call the external stakeholders. Otherwise, they need to understand that this alliance makes the difference on their relationship between us. So we at WP4 Gloria, we start by trying to learn from each other what we do in terms of academia business networks individually. But then we needed to understand how the alliance can improve this relationship for the external stakeholders. So we ask them. So this is why we run this business survey together with WP4, because they also have relationships regarding the job market, the way we train our students to perform in their jobs. Also, we need to understand how this new level, that includes 5, it will include 9 universities all over Europe, can be an added value for those external stakeholders. So this is just a context for the survey. The survey was done in 2 parts. We have a first part regarding the skills, the job market, and then the second part more on research and innovation. So Professor António Coelho, which is WP4 EUGLOH academic leader, will present the results on the first part, and then I will present the results on our part. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Miguel. So, like Professor Miguel, my colleague Miguel just said, we took advantage of this opportunity to ask the external stakeholders, companies, institutions, etc., to know what they think about what they want from the universities in terms of competencies of the graduates. So there was a synergy in creating one and only one survey that companies and other external stakeholders could answer in one way, but give us the feedback on the perspective of the academia towards the graduation of students and the competencies, and also research between EUGLOH and EUGLORIA. So there was so each university select a list of 30 or more external stakeholders, and from these 150, we invite them to answer, and we got about 1/3 of the invitations answered. So we have 47 replies. That gives us a good corpus for some good assurance of the replies. So, overviewing the external stakeholders. So, in terms of the economic sector or business activity, 26% of the answers were from entities in the human health and social work activities, 90% about information and communication. So those are the major business activity. Regarding the organization side, we had 55% of small companies, less than 50 employees, and also 30% were companies with more than 10,000 employees. So a good sample and diverse sample. Regarding the private sector organization, 54% were mature companies, but we have a lot of startups, 43%. So it gives a lot another diversity as well. Regarding the sales in international markets, so 68% have less than 25% international markets, and 32% they had 25% or more internationalized. So the internationalization was not, could be even better. So there was a problem there that could be focused here. So regarding the first part about education and training, what the external stakeholders understand that is the most important competencies. So first, we asked them if they have heard of EUGLOH, and it was 55% did not have heard of EUGLOH, so that's something that we should improve in the future. So these external stakeholders, they were invited through the close connections of each university, and they, of course, knew the university, but did not heard of the EUGLOH, 55%. Regarding the how those that knew EUGLOH, how they knew that. So normally it was about the local communication channels of the university. So that was the most important. Also events and meetings, and through other channels, including personal channels and so on. Personal contacts. Well, regarding the within recruitment process, how much does your organization values the applicants' profiles with prior international experience? And it is interesting that the focus is more or less important. So internationalization of the workforce, it's not a priority in the sense that they had prior international experience. And regarding the international experience preferred, they prefer physical mobility. So although they have a slightly unbiased towards the importance of previous international experience, they then think that physical mobility and trainship abroad are the most important. So another thing is the importance of soft skills, and the work package 4 is focused on these soft skills in the training of the universities. And we can see that, for example, one of the most important, we see the blue is the very important. For example, in the first topic is one of the most blue ones. So we see knowing how to apply the acquired knowledge to the problem solving. And we have seen here in the different approaches of the work package that this is something that we want to create and give the students the opportunity to apply the required knowledge into different situations. Another that was very selected by the companies were to communicate information, ideas and problems. Communication is something valued by the external stakeholders. And autonomy in learning and studying. So we see here the importance of being constantly in a learning activity to improve the skills and be updated. Digital competencies, the last topic, was also one of very important for the external stakeholders. Although, in average, most of these competencies were very relevant for the companies. Some of the, or at least the least one that was not so valued, was the design suitable plans for research and intervention in these activities. So here we need some more connection towards research also in the companies. As a recruiter, what they value, the external stakeholders value when recruiting people, we see that they value mostly all of these competencies. But in particular, you can say the ability to think logically, intuitively, and creatively in the first option, In the third, for example, the practical application of knowledge, again, very important in recruiting. Also personal and social interaction skills and intercultural skills are very important as well, as you can see. And attitudes and values. So these are the most valued in recruiting. And so I think that you've seen that the work package and in synchrony to the market needs of the graduates. Again, they don't recruit based on internationalization. So that's something that we should promote more, the need for, well, personally, and I think also evidence says that if you have a diverse team, a more diverse team, you get much more value out of a team. So I think we should try to incorporate these ideas better in the external stakeholders, the importance of diversity for creativity, for complex problem solving. And regarding activities, formats, and preferences, so in the first question on the left, we see what is, in your opinion, the best way to develop transversal skills? Well, most of the external stakeholders go for online, the virtual activities. Well, since it was a time of pandemics and also regarding the time management, I think that's something that the externals value, but 36% value face-to-face. So we still have a very relevant focus on face-to-face. On the right side, you can see how they evaluate, how external stakeholders could collaborate in the academia, in the academic activities. So we can see that they are very eager to collaborate here. And in this case, the orange is the yes, okay? So you can see that the major yes is on seminars, invited talks, and workshops. That's how companies see they could be willing to participate. But we see also very interesting in also as invited lecture in classes, the last one, offering internships, the second to the last one, and co-creation of training courses. They want to also be able to get their knowledge into the creation of the courses. So there's a lot of potential here for collaboration with academia. And now I pass my colleague to the next part.
Okay. So now the second part of the survey was about the innovation and academia business networks corporation. These were the first two questions. Remember, we want to learn more what we can have more as an alliance than individually you are already adding to them. And so we make just two questions to know which type of activities they currently incorporating already at each university level and what type of cooperation they think they can further develop looking at us as an alliance of 5 at the time, now 9 universities. So we're looking more for the difference. Of course, we know this is an R&D project, and they clearly look for us on research, development, innovation. But the difference between what they do now and what they think they can do after in an EUGLOH contest is not so high. So I decided to highlight those that they believe the alliance can add more value. They can add more value in partnership through international networks. This is an aspect of the alliance. We are international. We are not anymore a local university. And so they see that. They can see that consulting programs, we can expand our range, how we can help those companies to perform. We have more information, we are more multicultural, we can provide much more value as an alliance than individual. International mobility programs. This is companies, so they believe this is not necessarily Erasmus. Erasmus is academic mobility. This is international mobility programs within business, within companies. So they believe that we as an alliance, we can provide more internships in different countries, more mobility within the firms. So we need to take that in consideration. This is how they think we can add them more value. Okay, we have done some, but for the sake of time, I will very quickly jump this just to show you that at the individual level, the 5 and 7 international mobility programs, consulting programs, they are not so important. But once you ask them about the EUGLOH, they appear as more important. We also link them, the current and the further universities, but this takes more time to analyze, so I will jump straight to the next question. And what would motivate your organization to cooperate with EUGLOH research and innovation activities? Let's see how can we make them more incentivized. Can we incentivize them? And basically, what they look for is access to knowledge, but also very important, recruit international talent. They see EUGLOH as a source of international talent. We must explore that. Also, although at a small level, but also very important, visibility, intercultural exchange, social responsibility, access to a wider network of laboratories and research infrastructures. This is another work package of the Gloria, which also they value, they can see, they motivate to work with us at alliance level. And, also very important, this is research and development. Half of the sample were startups, you must not forget, access to funding. They believe that we as a group, we can provide more funding to those startups. So we must take that in consideration when we scale up this kind of activities. We also have some network impact, but then we make two final questions to rank the potential benefits of this cooperation within EUGLOH. Basically, we ask them to rank from 1 to 9 a certain of potential benefits. Joint knowledge generation was chosen as one of the first positions by 77% of the companies. So clearly, they look as an EUGLOH to generate more knowledge together with them. On the second one, although was the second most chosen as the first one, was stronger ability to attract joint funding schemes. Once again, they look at us as an alliance, we are a bit stronger to get more funding to support those startups, those companies that we can make our research to be fruitful. And then also, although it was just the third most beneficial, if you take in consideration the first 4, more than half of the companies referring joint innovation hubs. This will be taken in consideration when we're doing our action plan, how we can scale up all those initiatives. Finally, last but not least, we asked them about the barriers they face now regarding this relationship with academia. It's not so strange their answer, but it's also important to remember. So here, the dark brown, it means difficult to overcome. Barriers they found very difficult to overcome. First one, time-consuming decision-making process. Looks like this relationship takes a lot of time. They make them become impatient in our relationship regarding research and development. Lack of flexibility. Yeah, we are universities, public institutions, difference between universities and industry priorities, lack of funding. Once again, the third time, funding, it looks like a crucial thing. They look at us as an alliance that we may be able to overcome. Just to finalize, just to show you, one that was not difficult to overcome, easy to overcome, but they exist. Lack of information about accessible services, infrastructures, lack of communication. They don't know what type of infrastructures we have that can provide them with their research. And finally, also, they don't know the existence of one-stop shop platforms. Once again, I'd like just to mention this. Information, communication, we need to make them known what we have. So, basing on these results, we're going to have a deliver on your Gloria about an action plan to scale up those relationships with the the business. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel, and thank you, Antonio. For those of you who don't know, Gloria is the Science with and for Society part of EUGLOH. And in this case, the work that they did is a great benefit to us and to our partners. And I will be studying more closely the results of this work so that we can indeed develop an action plan together. We have one more presentation today, and I know that we are running late. I thank you for still being in the room with us and still being online with us. But I do think that this last presentation is well worth the wait. We will be joined on stage by Fariba Vazirisani from Lund University and by two students, Nina Wang and Prince Atta Obeng, and they will all present together. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Fariba Vazirisani. I am project manager of Work Package 2 for Gloria at Lund University in Sweden. I will thank you, organizing committee, for giving us the opportunity for this presentation. I am so happy and proud to have with me two young, brave master students, Nina Wang and Prince Obeng, who are student representatives at EUGLOH at Lund University, and they will present how Lund University is involved in the engagement of students in EUGLOH activities during the pandemics.
All right, so here we have a brief overview of the Lund Student Union Association, or LUS, which covers, it's an umbrella association that covers the different student unions from the different faculties on the far left, as well as other foundations that are close branching from the central organization. At the top, we have TING, which is the main decision-making body with student representatives from the student unions, and then OK, which are also student representatives, but they focus on the political issues within the university. One of the most important things to mention about the role of students is that by Swedish law, students have access to representation at all levels of the decision-making process in regards to education. So at Lund, we have about 200 student representative positions in the bottom square at all levels of the planning and decision-making process in both central organizations of the university, student associations, EUGLOH, for example, and city and municipal councils. These 200 seats don't include the student representatives that sit on faculty boards or in the student unions on the left. And so as student representatives for EUGLOH, we apply to LUS and then are elected by TING and then are meant to represent the entire student body, which is a very cool thing, I think.
Thank you. So we will now look at EUGLOH and LUS. So as Nina's rightly said, EUGLOH student representative is just one of the student representatives in LUS. And so we are elected by 10. You have an email that is sent to us. The email also consists of other student representative positions that one can apply for. So you apply, and then you have to motivate for the reason why you think you're the best candidate for it. And then you have an election. So during the election process, you have the opportunity to also present yourself and to answer questions, if any. And then you are given the mandate, if you are so lucky, as we were, to be selected to represent EUGLOH. So our roles is very simple. We are supposed to represent the views of all Lund University students in our various work packages. So it is not just our views on every issue, but it is the views of the students in Lund University. So if there's an activity or there's an opinion that we are not aware of, the students' stance, we have to go back to LUS, who also contact the student unions and student nations to find out what their position will be. Then they will communicate to us, and that is what we will bring on board in EUGLOH meetings. So our role also as student representatives is also to meet regularly And in fact, this Friday we met also to talk about EUGLOH and the way forward and what our plans for the future is. So during the pandemic, which is one of the crazy times in human history, Lund University, just like other educational universities or institutions in Sweden, went online. I mean, most teaching went online, even though you know that Sweden had a lot of social capital and trust, and therefore the measures to control COVID-19 were not as draconian as compared to other countries. We still went online. And that afforded us the opportunity to meet via Zoom and also to have some hybrid meetings. In fact, on Friday's meeting, I joined via Zoom, whilst the others were also present in person. When we actually had the opportunity to present today, and we were talking to Fariba about it, we actually had all our meetings via Zoom because we know that using that platform, Zoom, also helps us to communicate a lot. So when there's distance, we can still meet so that we can have an inclusion and know what to do. Of course, we also utilize Canvas, which is a platform for communicating. And we actually have a course that students can actually sign up to. It is called Extracurricular International Opportunities for Students at Lund University. And by signing up to it, you get information about all EUGLOH activities that you can sign up for and enjoy as a student, which is really great. So we are really grateful to Luz and also to EUGLOH for giving us this opportunity to also tell you how Lund University and EUGLOH works. Thank you.
Okay, my presentation including my presentation including an overview of Work Package 2's activities that have been summarized in Task 1 to 4. And I will finish my presentation with a 5-minute film clip about a newly started initiative in Sweden called Inner Development Goals, supported by many organizations, external stakeholders, and universities, focusing on contributing to sustainable human development at individual and collective level. The EUGLOH project aims to initiate an innovative, collaborative agenda in the field of global health and foster cooperation between the 5 partner universities at the Alliance. This innovative research collaboration between academia, industry, and other stakeholders focuses on the societal challenges caused by crises such as COVID-19 pandemic. Work Package 2 of the EUGLOH at Lund University, working for implementation of joint activities within pandemics research and innovation in the Alliance. The first task of Work Package 2 was to perform an inventory of COVID-19 related and pandemics research projects to evaluate a future innovative agenda within global health and for development of new scientific collaborations within the 5 partner universities. The next task of Work Package 2 was to identify clusters and groups of research projects within the pandemics research and with similar focus on and within the 4 main topics, specific topics using the clustering analysis, which was performed at the System Biology Research Lab headed by Associate Professor Joakim Esbjörnsson, who is Work Package 2 leader at Lund University. The 4 main specific topics are understand the virus and the host, detect the virus, act against the spread of the virus, and consequences of the pandemic. In total, 306 projects on pandemics and COVID-19 related research were identified within the topics of epidemiology, statistical forecasting, social science and law, artificial intelligence, molecular medicine, engineering, and physics. The results of the inventory will be essential to increase the possibility of fostering new translational research collaborations between our partner universities. The majority of projects in the inventory list have a strong link with some of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in the following order. Goal 2, good health and well-being. Goal 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. Goal 10, reduce inequality within and among countries. And Goal 5, gender equality. The third task of Work Package 2 was to develop shared action plans for joint activities on pandemics research topics which were identified using the cluster analysis of research projects at the inventory list. A digital seeding conference was organized at 16 to 17 May 2022. The main objectives of the EUGLOH seeding conference were to encourage the exchange of new scientific and innovative ideas on pandemics and COVID-19 challenges, and to support networking and formation of new research collaboration in pandemics research within EUGLOH. And finally, to promote joint research applications to external funding agencies. Out of almost 160 registered participants in this conference and 60 accepted abstracts within pandemic and COVID-19 related research, 55 participants contributed with digital presentations during the 8 parallel sessions spanning the 2 conference days. All submitted abstracts at 4 main topics: understand, detect, act against, and consequences were analyzed by a new cluster analysis, and results were summarized at the abstract book for this conference. A seeding grant opportunity for potential collaboration within EUGLOH has been presented at the conference to support researchers within EUGLOH to plan for common research projects and carry out workshops and research visits and prepare proposals for external fundings and research applications. The fourth task of Work Package 2 is to continuously update inventory of all joint projects within alliance partners and use this information for developing research-based guidelines regarding future pandemic crises, which means using the evaluation tools such as grade, systemic reviews, and meta-analysis to classify the direction and strength of health and global health recommendations, to working with integration of network exchanges in collaboration with Work Package 4 and Work Package 5 of EUGLOH in order to defining the guidelines addressing future pandemic crises, as well as publishing and disseminating the guidelines. In the work leading up to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, over 7 million people and experts were asked what issues were found most important. Global health is the heart of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The challenges humankind faces in achieving Sustainable Development Goals require extensive knowledge and technology transfer across borders, disciplines, and sectors. COVID-19 pandemics has made clear that personal well-being, economic and social life need to be protected in the fast and intensive effort. Gloria follows a cross-disciplinary research and innovation agenda to enhance the science, policy, society interface in global health. The progress of this effort requires the development of strategies that allow for coordinated, effective, and extensive responses in dealing with health crises in a globalized world. I would like to end my presentation with a short film clip about a new initiative, the Inner Development Goals, supported by over 25 organizations, collaborating partners, as well as academic partners and universities, such as Karolinska Institute, Stockholm University, Stockholm School of Economics, Lund University, and Harvard University. The current IDG's framework represents 5 categories and 23 skills and qualities, which are especially important for leaders who address SDGs, but basically for all of us. It is the greatest possible accelerator to reach the Sustainable Development Goals and create a positive future for all humanity. The Inner Development Goals are important tools we need to reach the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals and secure a just, wealthy, and sustainable future for humanity. The first Inner Development Goals Summit took place in 29th of April 2022 and united over 700 physical participants in Stockholm and over 4,000 digital in 60 countries. I will thank you for your attention, and now we can look at this film clip.
The Inner Development Goals show what inner shifts or human growth needs to happen in order for us to increase our chances of reaching the Sustainable Development Goals collectively.
The Inner Development Goals covers 23 skills that are divided into 5 categories. Skills such as inner compass, openness and learning mindset, self-awareness, presence, sense-making, connectedness, humility, co-creation skills, trust, and perseverance.
What I see as the basic human challenge, when we talk about mind shift, when we talk about growth that matters, I think the basic human challenge is this. It is difficult to learn if you already know.
We see a lot of leadership failure, leaders being out of touch with reality. So in other words, it's a lack of listening. So listening, I believe, is not just an important one, it's the most important and most underrated leadership skill today.
Obviously, being flexible, being able to be agile, being able to listen, and be able to be very inclusive in terms of how you lead people. I think those are some of the things that I've learned over the time.
We are built to grow. It is our destiny to grow. A caterpillar is not supposed to die as a caterpillar. Its destiny is to grow wings and fly.
We need to sort of focus more inwards, and what is my responsibility in that? What can I contribute to a development that is more sustainable? But in order to be able to reach those sustainability goals, we need to also be able to take the right decisions to get there.
And I think where we are today, perhaps, is we've hit a limit to purely technocratic external solutions to solve global problems. Mental health and well-being is supported by our inner capacities for spirituality and faith, where education is fundamentally oriented towards meaning and purpose in a changing world, rather than mere content delivery for students.
Being human has many dimensions.
and that the dimension that we have been very good at exploring during the last couple of 100 years has been the external world, but that we have come to a point where the outside perspective has to be complemented by an inside perspective.
Teaching a course like Global Challenges at Stockholm School of Economics, I realize more and more that we cannot reach the sustainability goals if we do not work with our inner development. This does not apply only to universities. This applies to all sectors, all ages.
What we really need is a deliberately developmental society. And depending on how severe you think the situation is, maybe we need a deliberately developmental world. And right now we're not even talking about at scale the inner dimensions and how we need to change. Because at the core, we are the problem. The way that we're acting in the world and the way that we are solving problems is the problem.
I used to think the top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. I thought that with 30 years of good science, we could address those problems. But I was wrong. The top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with those, we need a spiritual and cultural transformation.
Any sustainable development goal, that's essentially our generation's big, ambitious vision for the world. In our experience, when we work with individuals, both within and outside Oxford, people are more likely to take action when these inspiring visions are brought down to their level.
We bring now the inner development goals with us as a great source of inspiration when we strengthen and revise our competence development roadmaps and make sure that the inner development goals are integrated into this.
And as Einstein said, we are never going to be able to solve our problems with the same order of consciousness that created these problems. So as a species, we need more and more of us to grow and develop so that we have actually a bigger purchase on, a bigger perspective on, a bigger ability to solve the biggest, most dangerous kinds of challenges that we face.
To make the world work better requires highly specialized skills. Very useful, but quite high-level skills. And so what we want to say to people is, yes, it's great that you want to help make the world work better, but you have to get into training.
Thank you, Fariba and Nina and Prince, for your presentation this morning and for concluding this morning session of co-created courses and activities of EUGLOH. I think what we've seen is that listening skills are extremely important, and I thank you for yours, and I thank you for staying to the last presentation this morning. I'd just like to say that we hope this doesn't end here. There's an idea wall out in the village. All of our presenters will be here this afternoon. Please talk, get connected, come up with new ideas, dream bigger, and don't hesitate to use your intercultural skills to communicate with one another. We have one last thing to give you or to tell you before lunch break, and then of course, please go eat because connecting and talking is a lot easier when you've had some food. But Hervé Doll, Vice President of Arts and Society at the University of Paris-Saclay, would like to tell you a little bit about the party we would like to offer you tonight.
Merci. Yeah, the most important thing, party tonight. So I don't know if there is a slide that should come up. Yeah, thank you. So register for tonight. That's the main message. I have three messages in 2 minutes. The first message is we are in this building which is called H-bar. I don't know if you're aware of that. H-bar is a constant of the physics of the subatomic world, and as an astrophysicist, I like to talk about physics, but I won't do a class right now, obviously. So the Planck constant drives everything, the quantum world, and basically everything we see, colors, everything that's done in the biological system is driven by the quantum world, and we named this building as a name of this Planck constant. So then you know where you are. Second very important thing is about tonight. So tonight there will be a party, maybe not all night long, but most of the night, starting at something like 8:30 or 9 p.m. But before that, between 6 p.m. and 8-ish p.m., we propose you a few tours. So we ask you to subscribe to this tour because there will be a small shuttle going in the valley. It's just 10 minutes from here. You'll be able to enjoy jazz music, the first particle accelerator in France, which is the A tour, the first electron-positron annihilation in the 50s, so it's amazing to see. The immersive and interactive experience B is also done in a former accelerator, linear accelerator of electrons back in the days, and you will be traveling to planets, to plants, to black hole, so enjoy this too. And the C tour is about chocolate tasting like in the 18th century in a greenhouse that also grow cocoa, so enjoy this as well. Hopefully the temperature will be nice. And once you're done with that, of course, the shuttle will bring you back here every 10-ish minutes, 20 minutes. Then you'll enjoy the buffet and the dance. And while you eat or drink, I am proposing to go to the rooftop of this very building where we have a telescope, but it will be daylight, so we won't be observing with the telescope. But you'll be able to see the tip of the Eiffel Tower from this rooftop. So please come and register because we have a limited size group and things like that. You know how it works. So spread the word. Hopefully it works. You can subscribe to various groups and tours and let us know if you need more information. And last message, if you're interested in arts and culture, in EUGLOH, I know some of you are interested. We can gather at some point this afternoon to talk about that too. So thank you. Have a good lunch and have a good afternoon.
Welcome. Bon appetit.
Faculties and 5 schools. EUGLOH is unique because of the extensive expertise in research and innovation of the 5 member universities in global health and related fields, as well as the unique set of large-scale infrastructures and their strong regional ecosystems. Combining these resources and expertise in global health, EUGLOH will offer the most competitive and attractive education and training to their students in one multicultural, integrated and inclusive campus. Taking a long-term perspective, EUGLOH will become an internationally recognised observatory of best practices and expertise in higher education, research and innovation for global health, and will set the foundations for a common European health area. How will this be achieved? This will be done in several ways. EUGLOH will pilot cross-disciplinary and/or multiple degree European curricula to address global health areas. It will create joint short programmes for the development of transversal research skills for students and for entrepreneurship and professional skills development. There will be annual summits bringing together students, staff, enterprises with sessions focused on EUGLOH best practices and future actions. There will be annual staff weeks on innovative and shared practices, including pedagogical, innovation, student health, mobility management, and tools, strategy and more. There will be an annual call for the development of EUGLOH Campus Live initiatives open to both students and staff. This initiative is so important because in a world where everyone is so connected, our education should be as well. Above all, health must be conceived globally and transdisciplinary. Therefore, EUGLOH addresses numerous fields including the future of medicine, which includes predictive, preventive, participative, personalised medicine as well as emerging diseases, social and human sciences for global health, which includes medicine, epidemiology and public health, health economics and health management, health policy and systems, law, ethics and responsible research, digital health and technologies for health and well-being, including big data, artificial intelligence and robotics, environmental health, including climate change, environmental hazards and biodiversity, health, lifestyle and well-being, including sports and nutrition. All of these contribute to a better understanding of the societal challenge of global health. EUGLOH and the European Universities Alliances are a game-changer in how universities will work in the future, positioning European higher education and research at the forefront by training future generations of European citizens as leaders, innovators and experts who will serve in all sectors of society to face interdisciplinary societal challenges related to global health. EUGLOH will build the European University of the future. Check out our website to find out more. Follow us on social media too.
University Alliance for Global Health.
C'est un projet qui rassemble 5 universités européennes. On a évidemment l'Université Paris-Saclay qui est coordinateur de ce projet, on en est très fiers. Et ce projet, on l'a voulu sur une thématique très large qui peut rassembler toutes les communautés, qui est Global Health, avec vraiment des spectres sur évidemment la médecine, la pharmacie, mais la physique, la chimie, le computer science et l'intelligence artificielle, évidemment les sciences humaines et sociales avec le droit, le management et aussi tout ce qui est alimentation, bien-être, agriculture, donc un très large spectre.
I'm very grateful to be here at this special occasion, the launching conference of the EUGLOH projects.
The University of Porto is strongly committed to the European University Alliance for global health.
What I would like to say is that the University of Munich, of course, LMU strongly supports this endeavor, and we are really proud that we have been so successful in this competition.
There is something living and very valid. So Lund University is thrilled to be part of this, and we look forward to the future.
On a voulu mettre un vrai volet social de partage des valeurs et ça on y tient beaucoup. De valeurs européennes, de valeurs sur l'égalité, sur l'ouverture, l'accès au savoir, le climat, le développement soutenable, etc. Donc il y a au sein de cette université 2 volets. Le volet recherche-formation internationale avec l'accès à la mobilité et vraiment le volet de partage de valeurs de nos étudiants, de nos chercheurs pour créer des liens européens ouverts à l'international.
EUGLOH. What is EUGLOH exactly? Well, EUGLOH is the European University Alliance for Global Health, which is part of the European Commission's European Universities Initiative. It brings together 5 universities from across Europe, combining their outstanding expertise in global health. It unites 210,000 students, 23,000 academic staff and researchers, 450 research groups, 73 faculties and 5 schools. EUGLOH is unique because of the extensive expertise in research and innovation of the 5 member universities in global health and related fields, as well as the unique set of large-scale infrastructures and their strong regional ecosystems. Combining these resources and expertise in global health, EUGLOH will offer the most competitive and attractive education and training to their students in one multicultural, integrated and inclusive campus. Taking a long-term perspective, EUGLOH will become an internationally recognised observatory of best practices and expertise in higher education, research and innovation for global health, and will set the foundations for a common European health area. How will this be achieved? This will be done in several ways. EUGLOH will pilot cross-disciplinary and/or multiple degree European curricula to address global health areas. It will create joint short programs for the development of transversal research skills for students and for entrepreneurship and professional skills development. There will be annual summits bringing together students, staff, enterprises with sessions focused on EUGLOH best practices and future actions. There will be annual staff weeks on innovative and shared practices, including pedagogical, innovation, student health, mobility management, and tools, strategy and more. There will be an annual call for the development of EUGLOH Campus Life initiatives open to both students and staff. This initiative is so important because in a world where everyone is so connected, our education should be as well. Above all, health must be conceived globally and transdisciplinary. Therefore, EUGLOH addresses numerous fields including the future of medicine, which includes predictive, preventive, participative, personalised medicine as well as emerging diseases, social and human sciences for global health, which includes medicine, epidemiology and public health, health economics and health management, health policy and systems, law, ethics and responsible research. Digital health and technologies for health and well-being, including big data, artificial intelligence and robotics. Environmental health, including climate change, environmental hazards and biodiversity. Health, lifestyle and well-being, including sports and nutrition. All of these contribute to a better understanding of the societal challenge of global health. EUGLOH and the European Universities Alliances are a game changer in how universities will work in the future, positioning European higher education and research at the forefront by training future generations of European citizens as leaders, innovators and experts who will serve in all sectors of society to face interdisciplinary societal challenges related to global health. EUGLOH will build the European University of the future. Check out our website to find out more. Follow us on social media too.
Long life to the European University Alliance for Global Health.
C'est un projet qui rassemble 5 universités européennes. On a évidemment l'Université Paris-Saclay qui est coordinateur de ce projet, on en est très fiers. Et ce projet, on l'a voulu sur une thématique très large qui peut rassembler toutes les communautés, qui est Global Health, avec vraiment des spectres sur évidemment la médecine, la pharmacie, mais la physique, la chimie, le computer science et intelligence artificielle, évidemment les sciences humaines et sociales avec le droit, le management et aussi tout ce qui est alimentation, bien-être, agriculture, donc un très large spectre.
I'm very grateful to be here at this special occasion, the launching conference of the EUGLOH projects.
The University of Porto is strongly committed to the European University Alliance for Global Health.
What I would like to say is that the University of Munich, of course, LMU strongly supports this endeavor, and we are really proud that we have been so successful in this competition.
There is something living and very valid. So Lund University is thrilled to be part of this, and we look forward to the future.
permettre un vrai volet social de partage des valeurs, et ça on y tient beaucoup, de valeurs européennes, de valeurs sur l'égalité, sur l'ouverture, l'accès au savoir, le climat, le développement soutenable, etc. Donc il y a au sein de cette université 2 volets, le volet recherche-formation internationale avec l'accès et la mobilité, et vraiment le volet de partage de valeurs de nos étudiants, de nos chercheurs, pour créer des liens européens ouverts à l'international.
EUGLOH. What is EUGLOH exactly? Well, EUGLOH is the European University Alliance for Global Health, which is part of the European Commission's European Universities Initiative. It brings together 5 universities from across Europe, combining their outstanding expertise in global health. It unites 210,000 students, 23,000 academic staff and researchers, 450 research groups, 73 faculties and 5 schools. EUGLOH is unique because of the extensive expertise in research and innovation of the 5 member universities in global health and related fields. as well as a unique set of large-scale infrastructures and their strong regional ecosystems. Combining these resources and expertise in global health, EUGLOH will offer the most competitive and attractive education and training to their students in one multicultural, integrated and inclusive campus. Taking a long-term perspective, EUGLOH will become an internationally recognised observatory of best practices and expertise in higher education, research and innovation for global health, and will set the foundations for a common European health area. How will this be achieved? This will be done in several ways. EUGLOH will pilot cross-disciplinary and/or multiple degree European curricula to address global health areas. It will create joint short programmes for the development of transversal research skills for students and for entrepreneurship and professional skills development. There will be annual summits bringing together students, staff, enterprises with sessions focused on EUGLOH best practices and future actions. There will be annual staff weeks on innovative and shared practices, including pedagogical, innovation, student health, mobility management, and tools, strategy and more. There will be an annual call for the development of EUGLOH Campus Life initiatives open to both students and staff. This initiative is so important because in a world where everyone is so connected, our education should be as well. Above all, health must be conceived globally and transdisciplinary. Therefore, EUGLOH addresses numerous fields including the future of medicine, which includes predictive, preventive, participative, personalised medicine as well as emerging diseases, social and human sciences for global health, which includes medicine, epidemiology and public health, health economics and health management, health policy and systems, law, ethics and responsible research. Digital health and technologies for health and well-being, including big data, artificial intelligence and robotics. Environmental health, including climate change, environmental hazards and biodiversity. Health, lifestyle and well-being, including sports and nutrition. All of these contribute to a better understanding of the societal challenge of global health. EUGLOH and the European Universities Alliances are a game changer in how universities will work in the future, positioning European higher education and research at the forefront by training future generations of European citizens as leaders, innovators and experts who will serve in all sectors of society to face interdisciplinary societal challenges related to global health. EUGLOH will build the European University of the future. Check out our website to find out more. Follow us on social media too.
Long life to the European University Alliance for Global Health at Untitled.
C'est un projet qui rassemble 5 universités européennes. On a évidemment l'Université Paris-Saclay qui est coordinateur de ce projet, on en est très fiers. Et ce projet, on l'a voulu sur une thématique très large qui peut rassembler toutes les communautés, qui est Global Health, avec vraiment des spectres sur évidemment la médecine, la pharmacie, mais la physique, la chimie, le computer science et l'intelligence artificielle, évidemment les sciences humaines et sociales avec le droit, le management et aussi tout ce qui est alimentation, bien-être, agriculture, donc un très large spectre.
I'm very grateful to be here at this special occasion, the launching conference of the EUGLOH projects.
The University of Porto is strongly committed to the European University Alliance for global health.
What I would like to say is that the University of Munich, of course, LMU strongly supports this endeavor, and we are really proud that we have been so successful in this competition.
There is something living and very valid. So Lund University is thrilled to be part of this, and we look forward to the future.
Voulu mettre un vrai volet social de partage des valeurs et ça on y tient beaucoup, de valeurs européennes, de valeurs sur l'égalité, sur l'ouverture, l'accès au savoir, le climat, le développement soutenable, etc. Donc il y a au sein de cette université 2 volets, le volet recherche-formation internationale avec l'accès et la mobilité et vraiment le volet de partage de valeurs de nos étudiants, de nos chercheurs pour créer des liens européens ouverts à l'international.
EUGLOH. What is EUGLOH exactly? Well, EUGLOH is the European University Alliance for Global Health, which is part of the European Commission's European Universities Initiative. It brings together 5 universities from across Europe, combining their outstanding expertise in global health. It unites 210,000 students, 23,000 academic staff and researchers, 450 research groups, 73 faculties and 5 schools. EUGLOH is unique because of the extensive expertise in research and innovation of the 5 member universities in global health and related fields, as well as the unique set of large-scale infrastructures and their strong regional ecosystems. Combining these resources and expertise in global health, EUGLOH will offer the most competitive and attractive education and training to their students in one multicultural, integrated and inclusive campus. Taking a long-term perspective, EUGLOH will become an internationally recognised observatory of best practices and expertise in higher education, research and innovation for global health, and will set the foundations for a common European health area. How will this be achieved? This will be done in several ways. EUGLOH will pilot cross-disciplinary and/or multiple-degree European curricula to address global health areas. It will create joint short programs for the development of transversal research skills for students and for entrepreneurship and professional skills development. There will be annual summits bringing together students, staff, enterprises with sessions focused on EUGLOH best practices and future actions. There will be annual staff weeks on innovative and shared practices, including pedagogical, innovation, student health, mobility management, and tools, strategy and more. There will be an annual call for the development of EUGLOH Campus Live initiatives open to both students and staff. This initiative is so important because in a world where everyone is so connected, our education should be as well. Above all, health must be conceived globally and transdisciplinary. Therefore, EUGLOH addresses numerous fields including the future of medicine, which includes predictive, preventive, participative, personalised medicine as well as emerging diseases, social and human sciences for global health, which includes medicine, epidemiology and public health, health economics and health management, health policy and systems, law, ethics and responsible research, digital health and technologies for health and well-being, including big data, artificial intelligence and robotics, environmental health, including climate change, environmental hazards and biodiversity, health, lifestyle and well-being, including sports and nutrition. All of these contribute to a better understanding of the societal challenge of global health. EUGLOH and the European Universities Alliances are a game-changer in how universities will work in the future, positioning European higher education and research at the forefront by training future generations of European citizens as leaders, innovators and experts who will serve in all sectors of society to face interdisciplinary societal challenges related to global health. EUGLOH will build the European University of the future. Check out our website to find out more. Follow us on social media too.
Long life to the European University Alliance for Global Health.
C'est un projet qui rassemble 5 universités européennes. On a évidemment l'Université Paris-Saclay qui est coordinateur de ce projet, on en est très fiers. Et ce projet, on l'a voulu sur une thématique très large qui peut rassembler toutes les communautés, qui est Global Health, avec vraiment des spectres sur évidemment la médecine, la pharmacie, mais la physique, la chimie, le computer science et l'intelligence artificielle, évidemment les sciences humaines et sociales avec le droit, le management et aussi tout ce qui est alimentation, bien-être, agriculture, donc un très large spectre.
I'm very grateful to be here at this special occasion, the launching conference of the EUGLOH projects.
The University of Porto is strongly committed to the European University Alliance for global health.
What I would like to say is that the University of Munich, of course, LMU strongly supports this endeavor, and we are really proud that we have been so successful in this competition.
There is something living and very valid. So Lund University is thrilled to be part of this, and we look forward to the future.
On a voulu mettre un vrai volet social de partage des valeurs et ça on y tient beaucoup. De valeurs européennes, de valeurs sur l'égalité, sur l'ouverture, l'accès au savoir, le climat, le développement soutenable, etc. Donc il y a au sein de cette université 2 volets. Le volet recherche-formation internationale avec l'accès à la mobilité et vraiment le volet de partage de valeurs de nos étudiants, de nos chercheurs pour créer des liens européens ouverts à l'international.
EUGLOH. What is EUGLOH exactly? Well, EUGLOH is the European University Alliance for Global Health, which is part of the European Commission's European Universities Initiative. It brings together 5 universities from across Europe, combining their outstanding expertise in global health. It unites 210,000 students, 23,000 academic staff and researchers, 450 research groups, 73 faculties and 5 schools. EUGLOH is unique because of the extensive expertise in research and innovation of the 5 member universities in global health and related fields, as well as the unique set of large-scale infrastructures and their strong regional ecosystems. Combining these resources and expertise in global health, EUGLOH will offer the most competitive and attractive education and training to their students in one multicultural, integrated and inclusive campus. Taking a long-term perspective, EUGLOH will become an internationally recognised observatory of best practices and expertise in higher education, research and innovation for global health, and will set the foundations for a common European health area. How will this be achieved? This will be done in several ways. EUGLOH will pilot cross-disciplinary and/or multiple degree European curricula to address global health areas. It will create joint short programmes for the development of transversal research skills for students and for entrepreneurship and professional skills development. There will be annual summits bringing together students, staff, enterprises with sessions focused on EUGLOH best practices and future actions. There will be annual staff weeks on innovative and shared practices, including pedagogical, innovation, student health, mobility management, and tools, strategy and more. There will be an annual call for the development of EUGLOH Campus Life initiatives open to both students and staff. This initiative is so important because in a world where everyone is so connected, our education should be as well. Above all, health must be conceived globally and transdisciplinary. Therefore, EUGLOH addresses numerous fields including the future of medicine, which includes predictive, preventive, participative, personalised medicine as well as emerging diseases, social and human sciences for global health, which includes medicine, epidemiology and public health, health economics and health management, health policy and systems, law, ethics and responsible research, digital health and technologies for health and well-being, including big data, artificial intelligence and robotics, environmental health, including climate change, environmental hazards and biodiversity, health, lifestyle and well-being, including sports and nutrition. All of these contribute to a better understanding of the societal challenge of global health. EUGLOH and the European Universities Alliances are a game changer in how universities will work in the future, positioning European higher education and research at the forefront by training future generations of European citizens as leaders, innovators and experts who will serve in all sectors of society to face interdisciplinary societal challenges related to global health. EUGLOH will build the European University of the future. Check out our website to find out more. Follow us on social media too.
Long life to the European University Alliance for Global Health.
C'est un projet qui rassemble 5 universités européennes. On a évidemment l'Université Paris-Saclay qui est coordinateur de ce projet, on en est très fiers. Et ce projet, on l'a voulu sur une thématique très large qui peut rassembler toutes les communautés, qui est Global Health, avec vraiment des spectres sur évidemment la médecine, la pharmacie, mais la physique, la chimie, le computer science et intelligence artificielle, évidemment les sciences humaines et sociales avec le droit, le management et aussi tout ce qui est alimentation, bien-être, agriculture, donc un très large spectre.
I'm very grateful to be here at this special occasion, the launching conference of the EUGLOH projects.
The University of Porto is strongly committed to the European University Alliance for Global Health.
What I would like to say is that the University of Munich, of course, LMU strongly supports this endeavor, and we are really proud that we have been so successful in this competition. There is something living and very valid. So Lund University is thrilled to be part of this, and we look forward to the future.
mettre un vrai volet social de partage des valeurs, et ça on y tient beaucoup, de valeurs européennes, de valeurs sur l'égalité, sur l'ouverture, l'accès au savoir, le climat, le développement soutenable, etc. Donc il y a au sein de cette université 2 volets, le volet recherche-formation internationale avec l'accès et la mobilité, et vraiment le volet de partage de valeurs de nos étudiants, de nos chercheurs, pour créer des liens européens ouverts à l'international.
EUGLOH. What is EUGLOH exactly? Well, EUGLOH is the European University Alliance for Global Health, which is part of the European Commission's European Universities Initiative. It brings together 5 universities from across Europe, combining their outstanding expertise in global health. It unites 210,000 students, 23,000 academic staff and researchers, 450 research groups, 73 faculties and 5 schools. EUGLOH is unique because of the extensive expertise in research and innovation of the 5 member universities in global health and related fields. as well as the unique set of large-scale infrastructures and their strong regional ecosystems. Combining these resources and expertise in global health, EUGLOH will offer the most competitive and attractive education and training to their students in one multicultural, integrated and inclusive campus. Taking a long-term perspective, EUGLOH will become an internationally recognised observatory of best practices and expertise in higher education, research and innovation for global health, and will set the foundations for a common European health area. How will this be achieved? This will be done in several ways. EUGLOH will pilot cross-disciplinary and/or multiple degree European curricula to address global health areas. It will create joint short programs for the development of transversal research skills for students and for entrepreneurship and professional skills development. There will be annual summits bringing together students, staff, enterprises with sessions focused on EUGLOH best practices and future actions. There will be annual staff weeks on innovative and shared practices, including pedagogical, innovation, student health, mobility management, and tools, strategy and more. There will be an annual call for the development of EUGLOH Campus Life initiatives open to both students and staff. This initiative is so important because in a world where everyone is so connected, our education should be as well. Above all, health must be conceived globally and transdisciplinary. Therefore, EUGLOH addresses numerous fields including the future of medicine, which includes predictive, preventive, participative, personalised medicine as well as emerging diseases, social and human sciences for global health, which includes medicine, epidemiology and public health, health economics and health management, health policy and systems, law, ethics and responsible research. Digital health and technologies for health and well-being, including big data, artificial intelligence and robotics. Environmental health, including climate change, environmental hazards and biodiversity. Health, lifestyle and well-being, including sports and nutrition. All of these contribute to a better understanding of the societal challenge of global health. EUGLOH and the European Universities Alliances are a game changer in how universities will work in the future, positioning European higher education and research at the forefront by training future generations of European citizens as leaders, innovators and experts who will serve in all sectors of society to face interdisciplinary societal challenges related to global health. EUGLOH will build the European University of the future. Check out our website to find out more. Follow us on social media too.
Long life to the European University Alliance for Global Health.
C'est un projet qui rassemble 5 universités européennes. On a évidemment l'Université Paris-Saclay qui est coordinateur de ce projet, on en est très fiers. Et ce projet, on l'a voulu sur une thématique très large qui peut rassembler toutes les communautés, qui est Global Health, avec vraiment des spectres sur évidemment la médecine, la pharmacie, mais la physique, la chimie, le computer science et intelligence artificielle, évidemment les sciences humaines et sociales avec le droit, le management et aussi tout ce qui est alimentation, bien-être, agriculture, donc un très large spectre.
I'm very grateful to be here at this special occasion, the launching conference of the EUGLOH projects.
The University of Porto is strongly committed to the European University Alliance for Global Health.
What I would like to say is that the University of Munich, of course, LMU strongly supports this endeavor, and we are really proud that we have been so successful in this competition.
There is something living and very valid. So Lund University is thrilled to be part of this, and we look forward to the future.
Voulu mettre un vrai volet social de partage des valeurs et ça on y tient beaucoup, de valeurs européennes, de valeurs sur l'égalité, sur l'ouverture, l'accès au savoir, le climat, le développement soutenable, etc. Donc il y a au sein de cette université 2 volets, le volet recherche-formation internationale avec l'accès à la mobilité et vraiment le volet de partage de valeurs de nos étudiants, de nos chercheurs pour créer des liens européens ouverts à l'international.
EUGLOH. What is EUGLOH exactly? Well, EUGLOH is the European University Alliance for Global Health, which is part of the European Commission's European Universities Initiative. It brings together 5 universities from across Europe, combining their outstanding expertise in global health. It unites 210,000 students, 23,000 academic staff and researchers, 450 research groups, 73 faculties and 5 schools. EUGLOH is unique because of the extensive expertise in research and innovation of the 5 member universities in global health and related fields, as well as the unique set of large-scale infrastructures and their strong regional ecosystems. Combining these resources and expertise in global health, EUGLOH will offer the most competitive and attractive education and training to their students in one multicultural, integrated and inclusive campus. Taking a long-term perspective, EUGLOH will become an internationally recognised observatory of best practices and expertise in higher education, research and innovation for global health, and will set the foundations for a common European health area. How will this be achieved? This will be done in several ways. EUGLOH will pilot cross-disciplinary and/or multiple-degree European curricula to address global health areas. It will create joint short programmes for the development of transversal research skills for students and for entrepreneurship and professional skills development. There will be annual summits bringing together students, staff, enterprises with sessions focused on EUGLOH best practices and future actions. There will be annual staff weeks on innovative and shared practices, including pedagogical, innovation, student health, mobility management, and tools, strategy and more. There will be an annual call for the development of EUGLOH Campus Life initiatives open to both students and staff. This initiative is so important because in a world where everyone is so connected, our education should be as well. Above all, health must be conceived globally and transdisciplinary. Therefore, EUGLOH addresses numerous fields including the future of medicine, which includes predictive, preventive, participative, personalised medicine as well as emerging diseases, social and human sciences for global health, which includes medicine, epidemiology and public health, health economics and health management, health policy and systems, law, ethics and responsible research, digital health and technologies for health and well-being, including big data, artificial intelligence and robotics, environmental health, including climate change, environmental hazards and biodiversity, health, lifestyle and well-being, including sports and nutrition. All of these contribute to a better understanding of the societal challenge of global health. EUGLOH and the European Universities Alliances are a game changer in how universities will work in the future, positioning European higher education and research at the forefront by training future generations of European citizens as leaders, innovators and experts who will serve in all sectors of society to face interdisciplinary societal challenges related to global health. EUGLOH will build the European University of the future. Check out our website to find out more. Follow us on social media too.
Long life to the European University Alliance for Global Health.
C'est un projet qui rassemble 5 universités européennes. On a évidemment l'Université Paris-Saclay qui est coordinateur de ce projet, on en est très fiers. Et ce projet, on l'a voulu sur une thématique très large qui peut rassembler toutes les communautés, qui est Global Health, avec vraiment des spectres sur évidemment la médecine, la pharmacie, mais la physique, la chimie, le computer science et l'intelligence artificielle, évidemment les sciences humaines et sociales avec le droit, le management et aussi tout ce qui est alimentation, bien-être, agriculture, donc un très large spectre.
I'm very grateful to be here at this special occasion, the launching conference of the EUGLOH projects.
The University of Porto is strongly committed to the European University Alliance for Global Health.
What I would like to say is that the University of Munich, of course, LMU strongly supports this endeavor, and we are really proud that we have been so successful in this competition.
There is something living and very valid. So Lund University is thrilled to be part of this, and we look forward to the future.
voulu mettre un vrai volet social de partage des valeurs, et ça on y tient beaucoup, de valeurs européennes, de valeurs sur l'égalité, sur l'ouverture, l'accès au savoir, le climat, le développement soutenable, etc. Donc il y a au sein de cette université 2 volets, le volet recherche-formation internationale avec l'accès et la mobilité, et vraiment le volet de partage de valeurs de nos étudiants, de nos chercheurs, pour créer des liens européens ouverts à l'international.
EUGLOH. What is EUGLOH exactly? Well, EUGLOH is the European University Alliance for Global Health, which is part of the European Commission's European Universities Initiative. It brings together 5 universities from across Europe, combining their outstanding expertise in global health. It unites 210,000 students, 23,000 academic staff and researchers, 450 research groups, 73 faculties and 5 schools. EUGLOH is unique because of the extensive expertise in research and innovation of the 5 member universities in global health and related fields. as well as the unique set of large-scale infrastructures and their strong regional ecosystems. Combining these resources and expertise in global health, EUGLOH will offer the most competitive and attractive education and training to their students in one multicultural, integrated and inclusive campus. Taking a long-term perspective, EUGLOH will become an internationally recognised observatory of best practices and expertise in higher education, research and innovation for global health, and will set the foundations for a common European health area. How will this be achieved? This will be done in several ways. EUGLOH will pilot cross-disciplinary and/or multiple degree European curricula to address global health areas. It will create joint short programs for the development of transversal research skills for students and for entrepreneurship and professional skills development. There will be annual summits bringing together students, staff, enterprises with sessions focused on EUGLOH best practices and future actions. There will be annual staff weeks on innovative and shared practices, including pedagogical, innovation, student health, mobility management, and tools, strategy and more. There will be an annual call for the development of EUGLOH Campus Life initiatives open to both students and staff. This initiative is so important because in a world where everyone is so connected, our education should be as well. Above all, health must be conceived globally and transdisciplinary. Therefore, EUGLOH addresses numerous fields including the future of medicine, which includes predictive, preventive, participative, personalised medicine as well as emerging diseases, social and human sciences for global health, which includes medicine, epidemiology and public health, health economics and health management, health policy and systems, law, ethics and responsible research, digital health and technologies for health and well-being, including big data, artificial intelligence and robotics, environmental health, including climate change, environmental hazards and biodiversity, health, lifestyle and well-being, including sports and nutrition. All of these contribute to a better understanding of the societal challenge of global health. EUGLOH and the European Universities Alliances are a game changer in how universities will work in the future, positioning European higher education and research at the forefront by training future generations of European citizens as leaders, innovators and experts who will serve in all sectors of society to face interdisciplinary societal challenges related to global health. EUGLOH will build the European University of the future. Check out our website to find out more. Follow us on social media too.
Long life to the European University Alliance for Global Health Accurate.
C'est un projet qui rassemble 5 universités européennes. On a évidemment l'Université Paris-Saclay qui est coordinateur de ce projet, on en est très fiers. Et ce projet, on l'a voulu sur une thématique très large qui peut rassembler toutes les communautés, qui est Global Health, avec vraiment des spectres sur évidemment la médecine, la pharmacie, mais la physique, la chimie, le computer science et l'intelligence artificielle, évidemment les sciences humaines et sociales avec le droit, le management et aussi tout ce qui est alimentation, bien-être, agriculture, donc un très large spectre.
I'm very grateful to be here at this special occasion, the launching conference of the EUGLOH projects.
The University of Porto is strongly committed to the European University Alliance for Global Health.
What I would like to say is that the University of Munich, of course, LMU strongly supports this endeavor, and we are really proud that we have been so successful in this competition. There is something living and very valid. So Lund University is thrilled to be part of this, and we look forward to the future.
On a voulu mettre un vrai volet social de partage des valeurs et ça on y tient beaucoup, de valeurs européennes, de valeurs sur l'égalité, sur l'ouverture, l'accès au savoir, le climat, le développement soutenable, etc. Donc il y a au sein de cette université 2 volets, le volet recherche-formation internationale avec l'accès et la mobilité et vraiment le volet de partage de valeurs de nos étudiants, de nos chercheurs pour créer des liens européens ouverts à l'international.
EUGLOH. What is EUGLOH exactly? Well, EUGLOH is the European University Alliance for Global Health, which is part of the European Commission's European Universities Initiative. It brings together 5 universities from across Europe, combining their outstanding expertise in global health. It unites 210,000 students, 23,000 academic staff and researchers, 450 research groups, 73 faculties and 5 schools. EUGLOH is unique because of the extensive expertise in research and innovation of the 5 member universities in global health and related fields, as well as the unique set of large-scale infrastructures and their strong regional ecosystems. Combining these resources and expertise in global health, EUGLOH will offer the most competitive and attractive education and training to their students in one multicultural, integrated and inclusive campus. Taking a long-term perspective, EUGLOH will become an internationally recognised observatory of best practices and expertise in higher education, research and innovation for global health, and will set the foundations for a common European health area. How will this be achieved? This will be done in several ways. EUGLOH will pilot cross-disciplinary and/or multiple degree European curricula to address global health areas. It will create joint short programs for the development of transversal research skills for students and for entrepreneurship and professional skills development. There will be annual summits bringing together students, staff, enterprises with sessions focused on EUGLOH best practices and future actions. There will be annual staff weeks on innovative and shared practices, including pedagogical, innovation, student health, mobility management, and tools, strategy and more. There will be an annual call for the development of EUGLOH Campus Life initiatives open to both students and staff. This initiative is so important because in a world where everyone is so connected, our education should be as well. Above all, health must be conceived globally and transdisciplinary. Therefore, EUGLOH addresses numerous fields including the future of medicine, which includes predictive, preventive, participative, personalised medicine as well as emerging diseases, social and human sciences for global health, which includes medicine, epidemiology and public health, health economics and health management, health policy and systems, law, ethics and responsible research, digital health and technologies for health and well-being, including big data, artificial intelligence and robotics, environmental health, including climate change, environmental hazards and biodiversity, health, lifestyle and well-being, including sports and nutrition. All of these contribute to a better understanding of the societal challenge of global health. EUGLOH and the European Universities Alliances are a game changer in how universities will work in the future, positioning European higher education and research at the forefront by training future generations of European citizens as leaders, innovators and experts who will serve in all sectors of society to face interdisciplinary societal challenges related to global health. EUGLOH will build the European University of the future. Check out our website to find out more. Follow us on social media too.
Long life to the European University Alliance for Global Health at Untitled.
C'est un projet qui rassemble 5 universités européennes. On a évidemment l'Université Paris-Saclay qui est coordinateur de ce projet, on en est très fiers. Et ce projet, on l'a voulu sur une thématique très large qui peut rassembler toutes les communautés, qui est Global Health, avec vraiment des spectres sur évidemment la médecine, la pharmacie, mais la physique, la chimie, le computer science et intelligence artificielle, évidemment les sciences humaines et sociales avec le droit, le management et aussi tout ce qui est alimentation, bien-être, agriculture, donc un très large spectre.
I'm very grateful to be here at this special occasion, the launching conference of the EUGLOH projects.
The University of Porto is strongly committed to the European University Alliance for Global Health.
What I would like to say is that the University of Munich, of course, LMU strongly supports this endeavor, and we are really proud that we have been so successful in this competition. There is something living and very valid. So Lund University is thrilled to be part of this, and we look forward to the future.
permettre un vrai volet social de partage des valeurs, et ça on y tient beaucoup, de valeurs européennes, de valeurs sur l'égalité, sur l'ouverture, l'accès au savoir, le climat, le développement soutenable, etc. Donc il y a au sein de cette université 2 volets, le volet recherche-formation internationale avec l'accès et la mobilité, et vraiment le volet de partage de valeurs de nos étudiants, de nos chercheurs, pour créer des liens européens ouverts à l'international.
EUGLOH. What is EUGLOH exactly? Well, EUGLOH is the European University Alliance for Global Health, which is part of the European Commission's European Universities Initiative. It brings together 5 universities from across Europe, combining their outstanding expertise in global health. It unites 210,000 students, 23,000 academic staff and researchers, 450 research groups, 73 faculties and 5 schools. EUGLOH is unique because of the extensive expertise in research and innovation of the 5 member universities in global health and related fields. as well as the unique set of large-scale infrastructures and their strong regional ecosystems. Combining these resources and expertise in global health, EUGLOH will offer the most competitive and attractive education and training to their students in one multicultural, integrated and inclusive campus. Taking a long-term perspective, EUGLOH will become an internationally recognised observatory of best practices and expertise in higher education, research and innovation for global health, and will set the foundations for a common European health area. How will this be achieved? This will be done in several ways. EUGLOH will pilot cross-disciplinary and/or multiple degree European curricula to address global health areas. It will create joint short programmes for the development of transversal research skills for students and for entrepreneurship and professional skills development. There will be annual summits bringing together students, staff, enterprises with sessions focused on EUGLOH best practices and future actions. There will be annual staff weeks on innovative and shared practices, including pedagogical, innovation, student health, mobility management, and tools, strategy and more. There will be an annual call for the development of EUGLOH Campus Life initiatives open to both students and staff. This initiative is so important because in a world where everyone is so connected, our education should be as well. Above all, health must be conceived globally and transdisciplinary. Therefore, EUGLOH addresses numerous fields including the future of medicine, which includes predictive, preventive, participative, personalised medicine as well as emerging diseases, social and human sciences for global health, which includes medicine, epidemiology and public health, health economics and health management, health policy and systems, law, ethics and responsible research, digital health and technologies for health and well-being, including big data, artificial intelligence and robotics, environmental health, including climate change, environmental hazards and biodiversity, health, lifestyle and well-being, including sports and nutrition. All of these contribute to a better understanding of the societal challenge of global health. EUGLOH and the European Universities Alliances are a game changer in how universities will work in the future, positioning European higher education and research at the forefront by training future generations of European citizens as leaders.
On peut pas. On commence. Ah oui, okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. We are going to start the session Pitch Your Startup. I'm Bilin Dohan. I'm a professor of computer science in Central Supélec, and I present my colleague, Slavka Kashkakova, who is a professor assistant and the coordinator of the scientific coordinator of EUGLOH. And I will let you the word.
Thank you very much, Bilin. So, hi everybody. First of all, I would like to thank to our students, to the competitor, to be here and to play this game with us. I would like to also warmly thanks to our jury members, which are here to know. I would like to tell you that I think that the worst thing is when a teacher is coming into the class and he's realizing that his PowerPoint presentation doesn't work. And the second worst thing is when in the morning you are waking and you realize that you just lost your voice. And this is what has happened to me this morning, in fact. So I hope this microphone will work and that you can hear me well. I think that we can start. So I will give then the word to my colleague.
Okay, thank you, Slavka. So, just 1 minute. You are very silent. You have to encourage our competitors. So, can you applaud them, please? Louder, louder, please, louder. Okay. So, they are here because they have a lot of talent and in software skills that they learned during the training in EUGLOH session. I'm sure that they are going to be very fabulous. So we are not going to lose time after this is the list of the pitch. So look at the order of your speech, okay? And we will call you one after another. This is the order of the passage. Next slide, please. Okay, so
here you can see the rules for the competition of today. So as you can see, the order of the presentation has been determined randomly. The startup pitch for everybody will be 3 minutes long. Exceeding this time will be disqualifying, okay, for our competitor. The support of the pitch is free, so they are free to use PowerPoint or without any PowerPoint presentation if they wish. And there is no time for questions because, as you know, just after we will have the round table.
Next slide, please. So we have 2 votes. 1 vote from the jury, and I want you to applaud the jury too, because they have a very hard task to design 1 winner and only 1. And a vote for the public. From you will have a QR code and you will be able to vote for the best piece. So you can applaud yourself too. So the evaluation criteria are: first, the feasibility of the solution. Second, the quality of the presentation. Third, the ability to convince. Fourth, the originality of the project. And 5, the impact of the project on the society. And the winners of the competition will be announced at the ceremony of closure tomorrow. Okay? So let's applaud again for the first candidate. And we will start.
Okay, so we are starting now. I would like to kindly ask the first competitor, which is the project Oat Lab, if they can come here, please. Okay, so can you please tell us from which university you are and what's your name? So you will present yourself. And just to push the slides is the green button, and to go back is with the red button, right?
So we're from Lund University, and my name's Amrit.
My name is Teddy.
And you will be ready, you can start.
All right, do we need the podium?
Cool. All right.
Did you know women place up to 500 chemicals on their skin each day using cosmetic products alone? 500 cosmetic chemicals. That's an insane number that could potentially be harmful to our bodies, but also to the environment. Making the right choices for our skin should be easy, but the industry has created chemicals and additives in order to make their products more cheap, stable, and preserved. However, this is at the expense of both ourselves and the planet. On top of that, there are so many options to choose from. So how are we supposed to know what's best for our skin?
We are Oat Lab, Sweden's first oat-based skincare line. We're providing an oat-based skincare line that provides ethically sourced ingredients, transparent labeling, and sustainable packaging. By doing so, we empower the conscious consumer with the knowledge of what they put onto their skin and how that affects the world around them. So what's so great about oats? Oats contain a special antioxidant called Avin C that's used to treat irritating skin disorders like rosacea and eczema. In nature, you can only find Avin C in oats. This amazing ingredient binds oil and water together, creating an additive-free emulsion, something unheard of in the industry. Oats also contain vitamins, minerals, and fibers, making it a true superfood for your skin, inside and out.
So the market is saturated, we know. However, what uniquely differentiates OatLab from its competitors is that we are chemical-free, we are carcinogen-free, and we are cruelty-free. On top of that, consumers are demanding oats, as oat ingredients are featured in more than 20% of the global beauty product launches. And besides that, searches for oat beauty were at their highest in over a decade. Besides, the market is fragmented, meaning that, lucky for us, there aren't actually any dominant players right now owning large monopolies in the industry.
Now let's meet the team that's going to make it happen. First, we have Cecilia and Patrick, two biotech researchers at Lund University who have spent their careers studying oats. This idea is based off of their research. I'm Amrit, I'm known as the group's closet biologist, and I'm going to be taking care of research and operations. This is Teddy, she'll be handling branding and marketing. And finally, we have Anne, who will take care of finance and communications. Together, we join the movement towards transparency, sustainability. Oh, we'll join that movement in a second when we get to that slide. It was a cool slide, too. Well, together, we join the movement towards transparency, honesty, and sustainability. Get in touch with us to build a future where the right choices for our skin are the right choices for the planet.
Thank you very much. 1 minute for the jury to mark. And I call for neuroprothesis for amputee, DigiSkin, to prepare.
Yes, so I'm from Paris-Saclay, and my name is Gabriel Eleuterio. Can I start? Okay. So as I said, I'm Gabriel Eleuterio. I developed the project DigiSkin, which aim is to develop neuroprosthesis for amputees. So we started from the observation that there was a lot of amputees around the world, 10 million in 2014, and this number rose to 65 million in the late 2020. Moreover, all those amputees weren't equipped properly, so their prostheses weren't sufficient for their well-being, as there is no feedback sensation, and also prostheses are only aesthetical or mechanical. Due to this, this can lead to psychological rejection and a limited autonomy in their personal as well as in the working place. So this project aims to develop digital skin, which aim is to recover the sense of touch, thermal sensation with high precision and biocompatibility. On the right of the slide, you can see an idea of what the device may look like. So at the bottom of the picture, you have an aesthetical glove, and on the upper part, you have a myoelectric prosthesis. This aesthetical glove will be added with sensors. So those sensors are semiconductors for the thermal sensation and an electrical mesh inspired by a touch screen for the touch sensation. Then, and it is the most important part of the project, we have to carry those information from the sensors to the nervous system of the patient. To do so, we will use optogenetic. Optogenetic is a technique which will allow us to trigger cells with light in order to deliver nervous stimulation. So to explain you roughly how it works, from left to right, you have a mechanical or thermal stimulus. This stimulus will generate a signal. The signal will be sent to the limb of the patient, so there will be an implant in the limb of the patient, and this implant will deliver the light impulse, which will trigger the nervous system according to the initial stimulus. Of course, I can't achieve it alone, so I had to gather a partner around the project. So Institut Robert Merle-d'Aubigné for the medical advices, and also advices from a technical and strategical point to be sure that the project will be following the right path for the well-being of the patient. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You were perfectly in time. I would ask now Bright Digital to present yourself, please. Okay. Can you present yourself, from which university? Then the green button is just to go and go back. So
okay. Can I just do a quick exercise before the presentation? It's really quick, 2 seconds. Okay? Sorry. 3 minutes are too short. So I'm Hernani, I'm from the University of Porto, and I just want you to do a quick exercise with me. Please breathe deeply and sustain your breath, like, yeah, and then breathe again, agora, now, yeah, and now try to breathe in this interval. Try to do so. It's difficult? Okay. Thank you so much. So, this is the feeling of Miguel that is hospitalized with a leukemia. Because of that, he struggled to do exercise, and he has a lot of pain, and he doesn't know how to respond to treatments. So, I tried to co-create a solution with more than 80 children. And guess what? These children said to me that they love video games and they want to become superheroes. So we have created the Hope video game. This video game tells a story of a child who fights cancer as a superhero would fight against bad guys. And the cool thing is that we try to incorporate an exergaming technology without any hardware or sensors. So the children can make movements and increase their physical activity. Actually, we try to transform the main fears of these children into superpowers of these children. So it was like that. We explained that the importance to remain calm using a hit-the-target game where our superhero is very shaky. We also encourage him to kill the malignant cells with the movements that are recommended by the physical therapists. And our first clinical trials were amazing. We could reduce 63% of the anxiety crisis, and 96% of these children were more motivated to continue in the hospital. And that is the beginning of my mission, called Bright. So Bright wants to increase the quality of life of this vulnerable population and other populations with 3 different tools: gamification and our patents of technology, to develop new triggers of behavioral change, and also to create immersive ecosystems to collect patient-reported outcomes. We have developed other projects, like the project with breast cancer patients, where we could increase the arm mobility in these patients, and we also partner with other companies to increase the mobility of elderly people. And our revenues speaks for our project. But this is not the interesting part. I think that innovation could be also in the way we do business. So instead of spending money in marketing campaigns, we offer co-creating sessions to cities and also to institutions. So we have developed an intergenerational program to tackle cardiovascular diseases. We also are helping people now, families, creating solutions to deal with rare diseases and to talk with their children. So now that we are here, I think that this is the good way to tackle and to change the panorama of global health and to change these numbers. So, EUGLOH members, join me and let's turn our world bright. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to ask now Vessoir to present yourself, please. Hello. Could you please tell us from which university you are and what's your name? This is just to go.
Okay, perfect. Hello, I'm Jasper Utermühlen from the Ludwig Maximilian University. So, I'm going to start with a quick question. You know who this is? It's a China Lipstick King, a man who sold an astonishing 1.7 billion in goods just in 12 hours via Alibaba live stream shopping. and showing how important the interplay between consumer, influencer, and brand got for the shopping e-commerce sector. But currently, this interplay is ineffective. While it's for consumers very time-consuming to find their next product, searching through various websites, scrolling through thousands of articles, they do additionally have no proximity to expertise in fashion and beauty, which leads to a high returning rate and about 60% trashed items during 1 year. And most of the consumers are influenced by social media with no associated shopping process. So they see what they like and mostly have to search it online by themselves, mostly not successful. At the same time, it is very time and cost intensive to enter collaborations between influencer and brands. Brands have to identify the creator, negotiate the price, and drawing up the contracts. And even more difficult is it for them to track the success of influencer marketing. So the solution we are providing is the first personal shopping platform for consumers, which is a digital style guide which provides shops from influencer providing their expertise in fashion and beauty to the consumer. And for the influencer, we are providing a possibility to monetize their brand value in fashion, because we provide them a software so they can easily create high quality and worldwide applicable shops just in minutes and adding products just with a few clicks. And for brands, we enable the digitalization of influencer marketing because we provide a software that they can easily discover influencer and manage and measure their success of influencer marketing with just a few clicks. So we are scalable from day one because we are e-commerce without e-commerce problem. We outsource them to the different stakeholders. Because this makes us worldwide applicable from day one because we do not have retouring, shipping, or logistics. Additionally, we have rapid customer acquisition costs because we give influencers an intrinsic motivation to market Visoir in their own interest because of the proportionate payment they get per product sold on Visoir. And we create networks effect for each stakeholder on Visoir. For the consumers who created their own shopping experience, for the influencers who are having their followers on their Visoir shop, and the brands who are having successful cooperations with the influencers. Currently, we're having 7 influencers with a cumulated reach of 250,000 potential customers and more than 250 partner brands, among them Bershka, Naked, Asos, Sephora, etc. In year 2025, we want to generate a gross revenue of 170 million, which is approximately 0.03% of the whole market. And so we want to create a whole new shopping experience for the consumer while digitalizing influencer marketing. Right.
Thank you very much. 1 minute for the jury. And I call Olga Matrix to prepare. Just be careful to stay in the carpet so that you're in the framework. Just stay in the carpet. Okay.
Oh, okay. Can I stay there? Okay. So, hi everyone, my name is Rodrigo, I came from the University of Porto. So, Organ Matrix, it's a solution that is to renovate and offer a new way for organ transplants. So the problem is more than 20 people die each day, and in every 9 minutes, one person is added to the waiting transplant list. So our mission is to eliminate the organ transplant waiting list, and how can we do that? So, okay. We develop a solution that is a cleaning solution that recycle organs that go to the medical waste into new ones. And how can we make that? So we remove the cells from the organ that are non-functional, and then we repopulate this organ with new personalized cells from the patients. So our products are our perfusion machine in our clinic solution that make it happen. In less than 1 month, we can create a new organ and also price from 90 to 100K. Our pipeline product is based on the focus at the moment in the liver production, bioengineer, with at the moment in the GMP production to go then to preclinical trials in organ peak and also to the FDA in PharmMed approval. Our global market is at 120 billion, and we already reached a market validation for 4 intent letter and 1,000 sign-ups from a medical industry, and this represents
sum of 60 million and a beachhead market from Portugal at the beginning of our entry, and the future of the United States of at least 40 millions. So our customer value proposition is that we create a new approach that is focused on biocircular economy, reducing the environmental costs on 1.5 billion and cost saving to healthcare systems, including the patient healthcare and support. Also, we can reduce to 80 to 160% of the currently cost of organ transplants. That is quite huge. Our competitive detail analysis, that's because we use a green solution from European Deal Commission, and also we also use human organs compared to our competitors that use pig organs in order to promote that solution. So our financials in the first year we have a revenue for 4 million, and the second year we reach a break even and also an exit option for our investors. So our team is based in expertise on regenerative medicine. We have the experts in robotics, the first astronaut from Portugal, bioethics, business development and IP protection, and also an advisor, a strong advisory board. And our dream is to become the leading personalized organ transplant. By 2030, reached 5 hospitals customers, and also by 2021, have a gross profit of 2 million in profit. So thank you so much, and join us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's perfect. Thank you. Now I would like to welcome Continue.
That's thanks. Yes. Cool. My name is Jan. I'm from LMU, and I want to introduce you to Marek. Marek is 60 years old. He's 2 years close to his retirement, and he really enjoys horse riding and is looking for his retirement spending with his passion, essentially. 2 years ago, Marek was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. This was a very devastating diagnosis for him and his entire family. Luckily, the disease can be treated with a drug that is called levodopa. Levodopa, once it is dosed in a perfect and an optimal way, is able to alleviate the negative symptoms of Parkinson's. There's 2 main problems with that. The first problem is, if it's not dosed in a perfect way, it is leading to severe side effects in Marek, essentially. And the second problem is that there's a certain wearing off effect. So the efficacy of the drug is reducing over time. Sorry. The efficacy is reducing over time, and this leads to the, sorry for that, this leads to the problem that essentially the drug dosage, the drug adjustment has to be monitored and adjusted by a medical doctor on a regular basis. And as many other Parkinson's patients, Marek is facing the issue that there's a severe lack of Parkinson's experts in Europe, which means you have 1 Parkinson's expert for roughly 500 patients, and hence he is seeing his medical doctor only 3 to 4 times a year. They meet, they have a medical interview, the doctor is asking him some questions, and based on this very narrow snapshot information, the medical doctor is adjusting the treatment dosage for Marek's disease progression. This is unfortunately leading to suboptimal treatments. Marek also happens to be the father of my good friend and co-founder Henrik, whom you can see here on the right, whom I got to know during my master's in statistics at LMU. And together with Henrik, we started Continuo. With Continuo, we want to tackle this exact problem of snapshot information for Parkinson's treatment to ultimately make sure that Marek can have a regular life continued as long as possible. How do we do this? We create a software solution that is using wearable movement data from wearable devices such as an Apple Watch or a Fitbit or a Garmin, as mostly everybody's using them these days. We use our background in statistics and AI to translate these movement scores and movement patterns into clinical disease scores, which we then project into a web app, into a dashboard, and provide to the medical doctor, such that the medical doctor has a holistic view on the disease progression anytime in any place, and can use this to inform optimal treatment decisions. With Continuo, we provide medical experts the information that they need in order to treat their patients best, to ultimately improve the life of Marek and that of 10 million Parkinson's patients worldwide. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. 30 minutes to 30 seconds. And I call Human Eternal Life Application, Ella.
This is next, and this is previous. Yes, that will be on the first slide, okay? Okay, so hello everyone. Or should I say hello everyone? I'm Tomáš, the IT specialist and software developer, and that is David, our main innovator. So, what does HELA stand for? It stands for Human Eternal Life App. Do you want to live longer? I bet you do. I do too. So, HELA also means light, because it brings the light to our lives and keeps the flame lit. What's our mission? Our mission is to create a social experience platform embracing healthy lifestyle. HELA helps improving the quality of your lives, and this directly translates to extending the expected lifespan. Our main tool to that is motivating social sports activities, but we also provide advices on topics like healthcare and lifestyle, and we provide associated services too and products in one place, quickly and easily from verified sources at the palm of your hand, because we are developing a multi-platform mobile application, which means it will run on both iOS and Android. Please do note that this is not the final design, but this is how it will look like, at least the structure. On the home page, you will see your data, your progress in quitting your passions, and your progress in achieving your goals in sports. You can take two paths to using this application. One is the solo path. You can take personalized learning materials, and your assigned tasks will earn you rewards. And later you can show off to your friends those rewards, or you can buy some products, or you can choose the multiplayer mode. You will be able to see other users of this application, and HELA will match you sportsmates based on similar interests. Our big dream is to become the Tinder of sportsmates matching. And then in a few clicks you can organize social activities, both for your body or your soul. And there is one more thing. We want to bring HELA to the Web3 world. We want to launch our own token, HELA token. This will allow you to invest in the application and communities, and later we will hand out rewards too in forms of NFTs. But this is the future. Stay healthy, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I will ask Goa Start Project. Please. We need some encouragement for them, maybe? Right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, guys, this is for go, and this is for go back. And please stay on the carpet.
Okay, yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is August, and this is Sam, and together we're Coastal. So by 2050, we will need to have doubled our food production to prevent world hunger. And if you consider how much land we're already using, how is this actually going to happen? And you know what else? 2/3 of our planet is covered by the ocean, but we're only drawing 2% of our overall calorie intake from it. We have to change the way this is done and do it in a more sustainable way. And seaweed is a great way to do this, since many experts see it as the pinnacle of sustainable aquaculture. And in comparison to traditional aquacultures, such as fish farming, it actually benefits the health of the ocean. So the more seaweed we grow, the healthier our oceans become. And next to food, seaweed can also be used for bioplastics, fertilizer, animal feed, and bioenergy. It's an absolute super crop with enormous environmental and health benefits that we need to push for the future. But currently, it's not attractive at all to cultivate seaweed. Shit. Yeah, currently it's not attractive at all to cultivate seaweed. And yeah. And I'm August.
And I'm Sam, and together we're Coastal, and we rent out seaweed farms. Because by renting out a seaweed farm, we allow fishermen to skip the complicated scientific and bureaucratic steps of the site selection, the permit process, and marketing the seaweed. Now, how does it work exactly? Well, basically, we provide a ready-to-use sea farm, and an individual farms it. So they seed it, they monitor it, and they cultivate it. Something that takes around 3 hours a week. Now, who can benefit from this? Well, mainly fishermen in rural areas where there's a lack of economic activity. In Sweden, we had a 60% decrease in employment in the fishing industry. 60%. These rural communities are dying. We Coastal, we make seaweed farming so straightforward that an individual of such a community can make up to 10,000 euros a year while only spending 3 hours a week on it. We Coastal, we're unique in the market since we provide a turnkey solution that enables a fisherman to cultivate seaweed without big upfront investments or specific expertise. Let's take a step back. All this to say that seaweed farming is, that by renting out seaweed farms, we can easily produce food, but at the same time also bring back life to our oceans and the communities living from it. And this is exactly our mission at Coastal. If you want to learn more, please visit our booth outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So 30 seconds for the jury to... Yes, and now I cover my risk project.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Gyöngyi. Yes, that's how you pronounce that, Gyöngyi. And I came from the University of Szeged. So, disease prevention, something that is very important to us all. But many people don't really know what all this means in practice. They need help. Of course, GPs do know, but lately, unfortunately, they don't really have the time for it. And this is where MyRisk comes in. The digital health service that tracks the user's health status, shows them the risk of developing certain diseases, and also how to reduce the risk. The web application collects data under a profile from which then the risk assessment is made, followed by personal recommendations and also a report for the general practitioner. Right now, one of our users is filling out a risk estimation for cardiovascular mortality. The software notices that she has high blood pressure and so gives a recommendation on a disease-specific diet with a healthy plan, a weekly plan included. We have an MVP that is operational with risk assessment and recommendations for patients with heart disease and diabetes. This will be supplemented with additional diseases and further features, as you can see here. mHealth is, well, the market is huge. While your basic mobile apps might give you 1 or 2 functions, the major providers are all American. They are not ideal to serve a European market, whereas MyRisk use tests and tools that were validated on a European population. In order to be most effective, we have to find the most health-conscious segment of the population. So our primary target are women between the ages of 30 and 50 with tertiary education. In a B2B model, we try to reach our users through companies and health insurance providers. A regional director from NN, a broker from Generali, and an independent broker are all already interested in MyRisk. The latter would include it in their premium package with a €5 surcharge. Also, we are looking for potential partners in the field of telemedicine, and right now we are in contact with eMed4All. We are offering a monthly subscription model. As our primary target demographic, they are not only in charge of their health, but typically that of elderly and children. So we also offer 2 additional packages with age-specific services. And behind all this is a team of dedicated professionals with years of experience in the field of preventive medicine, nutritional supplements, clinical marketing, and also programming. It is a say that health is not value till sickness comes. So know your risk with MyRisk. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I will ask now Quantim project, the last but not least. Quantim, the student for the Quantim. Ah, great. Hello. So the green one is to go,
okay.
The red to back. Just introduce yourself, from which university, your name, and you can stay on the...
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is André. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Quantim. I'm from Paris-Saclay University, and I will present my startup Quantim. Quantim, the aim of Quantim is to fight against cancer and adopt a better vision of cancer care. Cancer is the second cause of death in the world. This represents around 10 million deaths per year. Per year, worldwide, sorry. And to treat this disease, we absolutely need medical imaging, and to treat this disease. And the biggest mistake, the biggest problem in this field is the lack of precision of the image on which doctors make their oncological diagnosis. Today, doctor needs more sophisticated tools to better treat cancer that allow them to find the best treatment in the shortest time. These more sophisticated tools already exist, but are still not used in the surgical practice. I will now present my solution. Is a software allowing doctor to get access to new imaging that taking into account biological parameter. This type of data are only used in research world and not in the practical surgical clinic. Now I will present the team. One of the most important facts in this startup. The operational part of the team is composed of the 2 engineers from Centrale Supélec and 1 researcher from ENS Paris-Saclay. He's one of the best Paris-Saclay of ENS Paris-Saclay of the Université Paris-Saclay. And the research, the scientific advisory board is composed of the 2 researchers who initially developed the technology inside the CNRS and Université Paris-Saclay labs. Thanks for listening, and I'm really glad to be here now.
Thank you very much. And again, we can congratulate all the competitors. Thank you. Next slide. So now it's your turn. It's you to play and to vote, the public, with the QR code. Can you put the next slide, please, with the QR code? Thank you. Can you please, okay? Can you show the name of the competitors the slides with the name of the competitors. Okay, 1, OutLab, 2, DigiSkin, 3, Boy Digital, 4, Versoir, 5, Orgomatrix, 6, Continue, 7, Ella, 8, Costa, and 9, Marisk, and 10, Quantum.
So for the public vote, you can choose if you watch all the presentation. If you have one favorite project, you can choose from this list. And then on the book club, you can just vote for your favorite project. So to do the book club, now you have the time to choose to pick up your project. And then for the book club, you can all use QR code, which you can see here. So you can stand up with your mobile and try to scan this code, or you can put directly the address which you can see here. And then you can pick up your favorite team for which you can vote. This is the public vote. And we will analyze then the results. Okay? And of course, the jury is doing their voting as well. And we will see then the results. Would you like to see the order of the presentation, or it's fine with you with the QR code? You would like to see? You have it. Okay, great. Okay.
Okay, 2 minutes to vote. Okay, so congratulations again. And I will finish this speech session with a conclusion with Amandine, who will present 2 initiatives that are very valuable and that students as a startupper can follow.
First of all, it was an honor to be part of the jury today. Thanks a lot for being really inspiring. All of you, the 10 projects were really good, and the enthusiasm as well. Well, I have only 3 slides just to let you know about a few initiatives that may be of interest for those of you who gave us a pitch today, but also for the other one who may be the next one to pitch one day at EUGLOH or elsewhere. If it works. How does it work? Okay. Well, I will keep that really quick just to let you know that nowadays the issue we have to address are really complex one, and so we need to address them in a more transverse manner. So it means a more interdisciplinary manner, a more international manner, intercultural, and so on. And with EUGLOH, that's exactly what you are currently doing. And we also have to make sure that we make the walls fall. And it means breaking the walls between research, between the labs and the society, and keeping in mind always as early stage researchers or students within the EUGLOH University how to create value out of the research you currently perform and how to transfer it towards the society. And keep that in mind. I think there are 2 initiatives that you should definitely know about. The first one is Falling Walls. It's an international competition. Well, actually, it's several competitions throughout the year. Each year, there's in many different countries, there's a pitch competition. In Paris, it will take place in July the 22nd. And by the end of the year, so on the anniversary of when the Berlin Wall fell. So it was 33 years ago now. There's the Falling Wall Science Summit that is held every year. And so that's definitely a place where scientists and students from all over the world pitch their projects, and it's really inspiring. And for those of you who have deep tech projects, and most of the projects we heard about today were deep tech projects, know that in France and also in other countries, but the initiative I am presenting here is in France. We have the iPhD Innovation Competition, which encourage early stage researchers to transfer their results out of the lab with 1 year program to maturate your technology and launch your startup. And it's definitely a great opportunity. So I'm lucky enough to be involved in those two initiatives, but I truly consider them as a good way to make a change and address the main stack that we have ahead of us. So.
Thank you. So I'm sure that your brilliant presentation, you have the talent to apply to this initiative. So thank you very much, Amandine. And thank you again, and you can applaud again for the competitors. The winners will be announced tomorrow, and there will be 2 trophies, one from the public and one from the jury. Thank you.
vachement faim, ouais, c'était bon. Ce matin, j'ai mis 2h30 pour arriver. En fait, je suis allée poser ma valise à mon bureau en me disant je ne vais pas m'attraper jusqu'ici et je ne peux pas repasser jusqu'à chez moi. Donc je suis allée dans Paris, je suis montée à Bastille. Mais du coup, effectivement, et c'est quoi l'arrêt le plus proche de ce bâtiment?
Ici, là, c'est le guichet.
Non, mais le bus, tu vas à pied?
On commence, oui, on commence, oui, oui. Oh, ok, oui, ouais, ouais. Okay, we are starting now. Please, the participant can sit down as you want. And Michel, can you sit at the middle? Okay. Oh, okay, as you want.
No, Sarah. Sarah. No. I asked him. He didn't point because he didn't point. Okay, he changed his mind. Okay, so you know. Thank you very much for having me. I'm so happy.
When is your on? Celui-là, il marche. Voilà. Il y en a qui marche là. Attendez. Hein. We'll start the roundtable any minute. We are just waiting for one panelist. He is here, but we have to find him again.
Alors, par contre, il n'y a plus de fauteuil. Non, c'est pas ça, il n'y a plus de fauteuil, il n'y a plus qu'une chaise. Okay, so we are going to start. Good afternoon, everybody. So the topic of the roundtable is, after the COVID-19 crisis, what innovation in global health and what impact on the business and what skills for the future. So it's a link between the academic and business in terms of innovation and how we're going to build the education of the future together. After major crises such as COVID-19, companies have to transform their organization and reinvent their business model to adapt and anticipate to the future. In this context, the role of EUGLOH as an ecosystem gathering academic staff, students, citizens, and companies is to accompany the changing of the companies, proposing lifelong learnings in multicultural, multidisciplinary, and collaborative framework. How to take benefit of the EUGLOH network in order to foster the competitivity in the domains of global health. The future of medicine, digital health and technologies, climate change, environmental hazard, biodiversity, social and human sciences for global health, healthy life and well-being, including sport, nutrition. So I'm very happy to welcome, so next slide please, all the participants. And I'm so happy to have Michel Mariton as moderator. Michel Mariton, who is the Vice President of Economics and Relationship at Paris-Saclay. And I let him lead the roundtable if the technical people can go on with the slide. Okay.
Je vais prendre celui-là. Okay. Thank you very much. Be clean. I would already like to steal from one of the panelists a very important comment, which is, it seems we are on an optimistic afternoon in the sense that our roundtable is entitled After the COVID Crisis. Maybe it's not completely obvious it's 100% over, but I would say this is the optimistic frame of mind we would like to take for this afternoon. So to address the question, we have, and thank you, Biklin, assembled a very nice panel of 7 panelists, and so that the audience can understand a bit where they will be speaking from. As a first point of the roundtable, I would like to ask them to introduce themselves by saying a few words about them personally, their activity, and also, of course, about their organization, so that later on, when we move to the more interactive part of the session, maybe some in the audience, and we have mics. You can so raise your hand, and we'll hand you over a mic. People in the audience can address on this or that expertise from our panelists a specific topic of their concern. So I will start by our panelists coming from Porto, furthest away. Some panelists are coming from Paris-Saclay, some are coming from Évry, but I will use a geographical order, and I will ask you, Luis, please. So, Professor Luis Antunes, Healthy Systems. So I would like to ask you, Luis, please, to introduce yourself and your activities.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the invitation to be here. It's really a pleasure to be in France after the COVID. That is over, I think, and I hope. So my name is Luis Antunes. I'm from University of Porto. I am a professor at Computer Science Department. And I also like, and I've been doing this for the last 10 years, to technology transfer, so the innovation process, and to work with real-world problems and technology transfer. So I've been involved in the creation of 3 startups from the University of Porto. That one that is in the slide, Healthy Systems, that was the first one. Nowadays I sold part of the company, so to a big tech company in Portugal. And the last one that I created, that is the one that I still believe that is challenging me more, is tech privacy, so privacy enhancing technologies. So I don't know if you have been yesterday in my talk, so the data market value for EU, for the European data, the perspective for 2025 is 829 billion euros. So it's a huge market, and the point is that we need to develop technology that can help us to extract the value from the data that we still don't have. So this is my challenge nowadays. Thank you. Yeah, I'm FC Porto fan, a huge fan. Still. Oh, and I forgot to mention something. I never believed that I was going to have this role. I am also the data protection officer of the Portuguese Data Protection Authority also, so somehow the policy of the policy.
Okay, so thank you very much. So for the audience later on, in questions on I would say cyber and right protections could be directed to Luis. Next, I would like to turn to Bertrand from Blue Frog Robotics, to introduce himself and maybe also his friend who's joined us here on at the table.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm glad to meet you. I present Buddy. He's an emotional robot. I am the CEO of Blue Frog Robotics. We are a leader in social robotics. This company was founded by Rodolphe Asselwander, present here. The father and the conceptor of Buddy. I joined the company in 2020, and we launched the industrialization and production of 2,000 robots for a large part for French National Education, Ministry of French National Education, for hospitalized children. You know the use case, the children in the hospital have a tablet, and he can follow the course because with a robot in the classroom, you know, and the main capabilities, for example, avatar, face with emotion, to raise the hand, to take a photo, a picture, to write something to the teacher, and so on. We have dozen other customers, for example, Corian, Boulanger, associations, partners, distributors. And these years, we launch a produce of 2,000 robots more, and at the end of this year, 3,000 more of this generation of robots is a robot for B2C. We work for the next generation, a generation focused on B2C market, and our goal is to produce 10,000 robots per year in 2024.
Thank you very much. Quite impressive. So questions on robotics and emotional robots in particular is the specialty of Bertrand. So please prepare your questions for him. So third panelist who will ask to introduce herself is Amandine from Ad Hoc Talent Management.
Can you hear me properly? Yes, because okay. So I'm Amandine Bunicourt. I hold a PhD in life sciences, and 15 years ago I decided to become an entrepreneur, and I co-founded Ad Hoc Talent Management. Basically, at this moment of my career, I had a strong belief and conviction that more PhD were needed throughout the economic fabric to face the challenges of the knowledge-based economy, and so I co-founded a company which is really specialized on the PhD talent pool with three main activities. The first is HR consultancy and recruitment, so it means we assist companies so that they can integrate more PhDs. The second is a training and coaching activity in which we help early stage researcher transition from the lab to the business world. It can be in order to join a company or to found their own company. In the last session, the pitch one, I introduced, for instance, two initiatives in which we are a member of, because we think it's also definitely entrepreneurship is a way that PhD can contribute to make the world a better world. And last but not least, we also have an internal lab working on PhDs and their skills, their employment market, developing tools as well. So we are a hybrid team, and with both PhDs and HR professionals, and that's definitely what I think companies should have right now. So the more we'll have diverse people, as I mentioned in the last session, the more we'll be able to face the next challenges. We are 23 at the moment, based in Montreal, Paris, and in Benelux. And yeah, we still the shared DNA of all the people within my team is really to promote the skills of PhDs.
Okay, thank you, Amandine. Next, I will turn to the life science. We have two life sciences persons in the panel, but I will turn to Edouard, so you can introduce yourself and the activities of your startup, please, Edouard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marito. And first of all, I would like to say that I'm a former student of the Université Paris-Saclay, and I would like to say that this is a very good university. And the proof is that after doing a master's degree in physics, I could do a PhD in Oxford University, which, as you know, is one of the best universities. So this is just to stress the excellent level of this university and the excellent environment that it offers. And after this training in physics, I became very interested in using the tools of physics to solve some healthcare problems, and especially to treat cancer. And I always worked in very close collaboration with universities. Now I'm professor at the University of Zurich, financed by the Nomis Foundation. I'm not going to enter into all details, but it's very, very important for me to really maintain the contact between university and startup, especially in the healthcare system. And now my work with the company Nanobacteria, which is also installed in the University of Paris-Saclay, is to develop the treatment for cancer for people who cannot go to hospital, don't have access to social security. 90% of the people cannot be treated for cancer. Is a very, very big problem. And now what we try to do is to provide a simple solution. So we use some minerals that we introduce in the tumor. We heat them in a very simple manner. And this is the aim of our activity.
Thank you, Edouard. Yeah, it's going to be your turn, Thomas. So Thomas, from co-founder, yes, of Magic Lamp, is going to introduce himself and the Magic Lamp activities.
Yeah. So thank you. I'm glad to be here. I'm Thomas Epal. I'm a former PhD student of Université Paris-Saclay 2 in applied physics, in this case. 4 years ago, with 3 other physicists, we decided to create the Magic Lamp company in order to fill the gap between the academia and society and enterprise. So more specifically, Magic Lamp is a research and development company specialized in artificial intelligence. Our goal is to provide a complete partnership with our clients. So we will help them to face all the day-to-day life problems, and developing a tailored AI solution ranging from the scientific formulation of the initial problem to the development and the learning and teaching of the team, because AI is science and not magic. So we haven't restricted ourselves to a specific application in AI. We are working in vision, in NLP, in audio, because all this, because when you take a specific problem such as a robot or a patient, you all have a lot of different type of data to take care of. We also have a precise interest in explainable AI in order to understand what we are doing for. We are still scientists. And more and more we are moving into life science, health and civil tech application, because we believe that AI could provide a key to this, to the complexity of this global challenge. But technology is not the key. It's not everything. So I'm glad to be here at EUGLOH to speak with you about solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I will turn to you, Philippe, from Dassault Systèmes, to the same short introduction.
It's working. Very good, very good. Okay. So yes, I'm very glad, excuse me, to be here with you to share some of the things that I recently did. I believe the COVID crisis is, well, starting to fade away, but its consequences are still with us, and they are going to be for a long time. Consequences like, for instance, in the way we work, remote working, for instance, and in the way we study. So, in fact, I'm an engineer from the École Centrale de Paris, and I just retired from Dassault Systèmes. And I wanted to tell you first that this is a company that has indeed a lot of activity in terms of health-related topics. Like for instance, we have a brand. We call these brands. So Katia is the most well-known, but there is also Biovia. Biovia is very active in things like, for instance, the geometry and the folding of molecules. We have also Medidata, who is, a pioneer in terms of private medicine. In fact, the project I wanted to show you, and I have, of course, lots of information, including some models in my computer, is in fact something that started when I finished a project, which was a project of a building. Okay, I finished my career as a program director, and I was in charge of a program which was the extension of the headquarters of Vélizy. Okay, so it's like it's building, 700 people. It's a project that lasted 5 years and 87 million euros. Okay, it's still a lot of money. And at the end, I was very dissatisfied when we had to move the people into this new building to see that we were still using in my company, which is supposed to be the 3D experience company, we were still using 2D, which was not even, from our own company. So I said, enough of that. I'm going to study something, and I will make myself some models, 3D models, regular ones, and I invented a way to put people in their seats. So, it so happened that this proved to be very important in the COVID crisis, because we could then see who was in which seats, and we could make sure that we would comply with some rules, like for instance, is it 1.5 meter between the people, or is it 2 meters, or is it 3 feet, or 5 feet, or 6 feet, and it changes. And indeed, with the system that I created, which is now used by the 20,000 people in 3D in 3DS, you can now have all of this information just by looking. So, for instance, if Professor Antunes was with the company, I would just type Antunes, and then I would find him sitting on his desk with all of his colleagues next to him, and I could see his name, I could see his picture. So it's kind of, the metaverse 0.0. And indeed, there were some privacy issues. You're quite right. In fact, in my development, I had planned to have a different avatar for males and females. But it so happens that in some countries, it's forbidden. You cannot announce that somebody is a male or a female. So we had to do with, an ugly, neutral avatar. Okay, things like that. No, this is much better. This is much better. cuter. Okay. So, anyways, so I'm glad to be able to be here to answer your questions, and this is about what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Philippe. And last but not least, so Victoria comes from Evry, from Genopole. So please introduce yourself and Genopole.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me to this round table. My name is Victoria Dominguez del Angel. I'm working at Genopole. I'm bioinformatician by training. And well, we are very involved in research and development of companies. It's one of the most important bioclusters in Europe. And well, at the level of COVID-19, we have some issues with the management of data. And well, we need, of course, new competences, interdisciplinary competence to treat this data. But perhaps we are going to deeper later. Well, just as introduction, was very difficult to manage this data from patient to regulatory authorities, even at the European and international level at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. So you see we have a quite diverse panel. You know, we go from cyber to robotics to life science to talent management to artificial intelligence. So I think it will provide different perspectives on the questions we would like to address during the roundtable. So I will start with the first question. The first question is to each organization, if we have time. But whoever wants to start first, the question would be to tell us very practically in the day-to-day life of your organization, of your company, what are the lessons you learned? How has the COVID crisis impacted your daily operational routine? And basically, what lessons you could share with the audience? So if someone would volunteer, or otherwise, I was thinking about you, Bertrand. What has been of Philippe, as you like. Any?
Yes, to produce our robot, I want to say that many components come from China, and therefore we have suffered supply and transport problems. You know, fortunately, some PCB boards are produced in France, in Toulouse, and the assembly of the robot are assembled in Beauvais, near Paris. You know, so yes, it's a real problem. Now we are planning to move a large part of our production in France. On the other hand, COVID has highlighted that the interest of body, of robotic, especially for isolated elderly people, and also for distant learning, for example.
Thank you. So maybe Philippe, yes, you already touched about the relocations you managed.
Well, I wouldn't want to state, things that are too obvious, but indeed, what has changed in the way people work is something which is definitely. We have gained, I think, 10 years. What happens now would have happened sometime in the future, but this has hastened something that we could see. And in fact, when I was working on the extension of our headquarters, my CEO, Mr. Charles, was totally against remote working. Well, now I'm sure he still doesn't like it, but I'm sure also he has to live with it, and he has understood it. Okay, so this is going to be with us, and ways also to do some flexible learning. In other words, you kind of book a workplace in advance, so that anybody can see if you will be there one day or another just to meet you. Systems like these are going to be very important in the future, and they are going to be the norm, I think. And having a unified system that meets also the law requirements is indeed going to be important, I think, in the future. I'm sorry if this sounds too obvious, but I do think it's a reality.
Thank you. So, whether maybe Victoria.
Oh, okay. Yes. Well, I'm thinking in the general perspective that we have many sequences laboratory in our area, and it was very difficult to go in sharing data. That was a very tricky issue because normally patient data are under the GRDP. And in order to find a way to share this shareable data was a very big issue. And then, the competence that we needed in this moment is more data stewardship that take care of this data from the production until sharing it. And sharing it is. We have to comply with fair data principle, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, not only for humans, but also for the machine, and also sharing this data with all our partners that are global partners. And then, was a very big issue.
Please.
It's more or less in the same, on the following, the sharing of data. So regarding tech privacy during the COVID crisis, I would split the answer in two parts. The first part is regarding the business. So the GDPR in 2018, it's a business nowadays, data protection. So the company grows a lot. So we started with 3 people, nowadays we are 14. So during the COVID crisis. Regarding the way we work, so what we have learned with COVID is that most of the time people can be at home or wherever they want, at the beach, if they are working. So nowadays we are in a hybrid model. So, and the main problem for me as a founder is 3 days per week, the company is empty. So all of the space is there. So we need to rethink the space that we are using, because what the COVID has proved to us, at least in this area of software development and consultancy, is that we can do it in the hybrid mode. The point of the hybrid is that we need to have some time, some moments where we can share knowledge between the employees. We can try to do it online, but it's not the same thing. And this is kind of problem solving. Once you have some problem, to be face-to-face, it's easier to get this done.
Okay, Amandine, you wanted to
so internally within Adhoc Talent Management, I share most of the comments that were already quoted about remote work or hybrid work and so on. But in terms of market, it definitely opened new opportunities for us, in the sense that, well, you're probably aware that constraints lead to innovation. And the last crisis, the one we are still in, has a really different profile as compared to the one we lived in 2008, since companies were ready to do what was needed, because digital transformation was already in place, and it just accelerated a trend, some trends that were already ongoing. And my understanding is that what it really changed is that we stopped seeing only innovation as being maturation of technology bricks. The crisis really helped the companies and the actors in a global manner to also see the innovation in terms of processes, in terms of organization, in terms of skills needed, in terms of ethical and regulatory aspect needed. Because if you want to succeed in the digital transformation, obviously, yes, you will disrupt your product and your services. You will disrupt maybe your business model, but I really think it's only the upper part of the iceberg. The innovation is also the lower part of the iceberg, and it really relies on the internal organization, the management, the ethical aspect, the accessibility and the acceptability of the innovation you could put within the hands of the users, and so on. And I definitely think that many companies that should have seen that before the crisis couldn't see it, and now the awareness about the fact that innovation should be seen as a global system, so systemic approach of innovation is more mature, and that's also why I see more and more a PhD in human sciences that are recruited in artificial intelligence companies, and second, one of the added values that I truly think PhD can bring, and companies tend to see it more and more, even in mature sector, is that the culture of innovation is an added value that you also have. The fact that you have this belief that it's not because we have never done it that we can't do it, and we can break the walls and we can make it happen.
Thank you. You use the word acceleration, and I think listening to the answers we've had so far, I think
it's the
it's clear that COVID has provided an acceleration, and maybe we kind of surprised ourselves, because there had been issues we had been pushing, years after years, procrastinating, as I should say. And now, because of the constraint of COVID, in a matter of months, of course the vaccine, but far beyond the vaccine, the way we work, in a very short amount of time, we've been able to adapt. So that's also an encouraging factor in the sense that if we put the same will, the same drive to address some of the other issues, for example, climate change, we may be in a position to be much faster than we would have thought.
More agility, more global and transverse approaches and so on. Yeah.
Edouard or Thomas, maybe if you want to add something on the impact of COVID.
Yeah, so it was quite different because in our case we were a small company and we are a software company. So technically we could do everything in remote work, but we were quite small, about 7 workers at the time. But it just underlined the necessity of a human factor in the relation in work, because you don't see your colleagues every day. You can spend your whole day in your little room, because some of us were still students at the period. So we try to introduce a routine of discussion, and sometimes informal discussion, but just to make a constant link with the people, and with that we succeed on the technical level to continue. So that was for the technical part. On the business and strategic part, indeed it was an acceleration phase, because without physical meeting, it's more difficult to get new lead, to get new partner, because it's about human relation, and it's not quite easy online. So we take more risk. We tried some other projects, and we choose to make risk, to adjust, and go on new subjects which were painful.
Edouard, I would like to add something on your company, and maybe also, if you want, your Swiss, France. Did you notice differences in between the way France and Switzerland reacted?
Maybe I think everything has been said about the organization of the companies. I would like more to make a comment about the research, because we are in university. So when the crisis arose, I'm a scientist. Most of us are scientists, and I'm sure everybody asked himself, can we do something, develop a new vaccine, whatever, and to help, of course. And then the question that I had, and I never really saw this question raised in the discussion. We saw a lot of doctors, but I never saw this question raised in what are the laboratories, what are the structures practically that could allow the researcher to do the research on the vaccine and to develop some new vaccine, or maybe some other tools, to fight the virus. This is true for COVID, but this will be true maybe for other virus. So this was really an interrogation for us. And yes, and I don't know I think we should try to find a way how we can next time, if there is another virus that we are ready, we can the researcher can work on some solution, and we have some structures that can also help the researcher to provide a solution. And the other thing that also was a question for us is we saw a very, very big effort to develop some new vaccine, and we have seen a lot of vaccines, a lot of companies, researchers proposing some vaccines, and I'm not going to make the list. But then we saw the emergence of 2 vaccines, and also the road to go toward these 2 main vaccines, or these very few vaccines from large numbers of proposed solution. This was also a question I still ask myself, why is mRNA vaccine the best vaccine? I mean, from the scientific point of view, this was really, it's still under question for me. And yeah, it's more, I'm seeing the situation from the research point of view.
Thank you very much, Edouard. So before we turn to the second question, I would like to offer the possibility to the audience to ask to our panelists any question on this transformation or acceleration of transformation that COVID has triggered. Anyone would like to submit a question to any of the panelists or not? I don't see in the middle. I don't see because of the light, but I think there's no hands raised. Okay, so we'll move to the second area we wanted to address, which was and fitting. Il y a une question? Non? Okay. No, j'ai cru. I thought you were, but okay. We move on. Ah, you have one. André. It's to you. It's to you. It's to you. To me. Ah. Yeah, to Paris-Saclay. To Paris-Saclay. Is Paris-Saclay dealing with teleworking? How is Paris-Saclay dealing with teleworking? I'm not the best representative of Paris-Saclay to address that, but I think we adapted like anyone, kind of in real time, rather quickly, and today we have adjusted our on-site and off-site work balance by making it more easy, more natural for people to work from a distance and not commute to the campus every day if they want. And I think that's one of the consequences of COVID, that in fact touches a much broader expectation of people. You know, it's very difficult to commute in Paris. Many of our colleagues have 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the evening, and it's true that basically saving these 2 hours makes a lot of sense. And 1 hour is maybe a bit optimistic. If RERB is working well, yes, it's working well. I know that's a very partial answer to your question, but that's one I can come up with. Oui, Johanna.
Thank you. Part of the university's mission is becoming more and more related to the promotion of economic development and progress, and we have here startups and spin-offs that show how far universities can go in this dimension. But when it comes to work at distance, you lose the element of immersion that is very important for our students to be immersed in an ecosystem, because you have a digital ecosystem that everyone can be connected, but face-to-face interaction is very important. So how do you see this in terms of our training programs that are specialized in fostering entrepreneurship, and how can universities continue and improve their training in entrepreneurship given the strategies of your organizations that seem to have more and more an hybrid model?
Yeah, I think I can at least start to answer these things. In fact, it turns out that I teach at École Centrale, and I teach a class which is based on Legos. So people have, a project to do in Legos, and then they do it bad, and then I tell them how to do, and then they do it better. Okay. Now, of course, this cannot be done, in remote, and I had to give up this. And this is also a difficulty that I have, even with interactions. I found that over the years, because I started doing that in 2004. Students are more and more, typing on their computers or their smartphones, and they are not connected. So you have to adapt the way you teach to make sure that, you know, some important point gets through. So you try to change it and you make a joke, or you put a spectacular slide or something like that, just to reconnect. But it's becoming harder and harder. And now, if you try to do that also at a distance, it's really, it's impossible. And indeed, I believe that, you know, these things, how to interact with the students, how to interact with a colleague, how to find the right mix of thinking and experimenting, because this is what we were talking about. This has always been with us, but now I can feel that we are slipping and slipping and slipping into an area where I'm not sure what is a good answer. Except, you know, we have to do some hybrid stuff, like you were saying. You know, we have to kind of find a way to reconnect, because if you're alone, you lose a lot of it, a lot, of course.
Yeah, I agree with what you said. So first of all, I think we all need to be aware of the fact that it will last for long. I mean, this hybrid way of learning, and also the fact that we, well, at least in a long-term manner, we won't learn the same way. Like, it will be much more lifetime learning, coming back to the university, back and back to the labor market and so on. And so today we need to adapt, and this change makes us out of our comfort zone, all of us, because we are not used to it. What I truly think is that educational technology will grow really, really fast. It's supposed to be one of the major sectors by within 10 years now. Yeah, it's I think that we also need to invest a lot in terms of R&D program in order to know how we're gonna adapt the way we teach, the process we use, the tool we use. And so in our internal laboratory, we have some research with Canada, because they are also good in educational sciences over there. And today what I see is the main trends are also to study the way people learn with these new methods to learn. So it's really in between cognitive sciences, user experience, experience research, and artificial intelligence, obviously, and so on. And yeah, I think universities also will need to take an eye on what they do. Well, we all need that. So there's no like easy answer to tell you, well, tomorrow do that and it will work out just fine.
Thank you, Amandine, and thanks to this Joanna's question, we gradually moved to the second area we wanted to address, which was more this educational aspect. So I would like, and I will leave each of you a little bit of time to think, but not a long time. Are there... Ah, pardon, il y a une question? Je vois pas du tout au centre.
Yes, if the time allows. Yeah, thank you. So. Yeah, thank you. So I'm Khalid from University of Hamburg. More and more stress are focused now in the universities on entrepreneurship. But if you are a PhD or you're recently graduated and you want to start a startup or an idea, it comes with the risks. And the first risk is with jobs. So you want to invest your time, and also the second thing is that you have to have some funds or some investment on it. So in order to tackle this, and also you don't have experience in the industry, because if you want to develop a product for the industry, you need to have some industrial experience or the experience of that market sector. My question is, what is the ideal time, rather to start up on this idea right after your graduation, or you as your personal experience go a little bit for your mid-career and then you jump into this self-starting business? I think there will be no specific answer, but I would like to know what's your thoughts about it. So
No, thank you. Very good question. I also think there is no perfect answer. There are only personal situation examples. But I would like to then turn the mic to you, Thomas. How did it happen for you?
Okay, so simple, complex question, but in my case that was quite a simple response. After the PhD, it was the beginning of the career, so if I had to fail, it was not so dramatic, you know, because after 2 or 3 years, you can go back into the industry or do something like that. But as you said, the experience, the network is essentially at the beginning of the startup. So it's starting later is also a great option. You got a lot of great startup made by people who start after. We did that choice because we wanted to try, but it's really up to you in that case.
Yeah, can I add something? So I think you gave the answer during the question. If you are taking a risk approach, I think the best time to take risks is right after the graduation. You don't have a family, you don't have kids. So if you fail, the risk, I don't think is that high. Let me just share my experience. When did I start it? So I've been doing my PhD in the United States, postdoc Amsterdam, went back to Portugal to have a family and to create near my parents and all of the family. And when the crisis started in Portugal, and it hits Portugal really hard, so I lose 30% of my income. My wife, she is a public employee. She also lost 30% of the income. But with the crisis also, there are some opportunities. So I resigned my position from the university, and I was going to work to London, to a big tech company. And after a while, I decided to go back and to tell to the dean of the faculty, I want to keep here in Portugal, but I need to do something different. I want to try startups and to try to create value. So, as you were saying, I think I strongly believe this nowadays, that within a crisis, there is also something that you need to take advantage of. So you leave your comfort zone. And when you leave your comfort zone, that's the point where you can do something different.
Yeah, just a quick comment. It's when you feel it in your gut and you feel you're ready and you want it, you have the appetite to become an entrepreneur. So it's not like right after the PhD or 10 years after the PhD, it really depends. I coach so many deep tech entrepreneurs and there is not an answer. When you feel the energy and you feel, no, I need to do it, you cough the virus of entrepreneurship, you will know.
Thank you. If I can add some things, I think there is an individual decision which you were pointing to, and it's key. And we have had some examples of the reason why it happened. But I think very much one of the driver of the entrepreneur is also to build a team. And very soon after the decision has been made, I think comes the construction, looking for the complementary profiles, the complementary skills to assemble the team. You know, it cannot be a one-man or one-woman show very quickly. And there also there is I will give you there is the diversity in terms of gender, but also diversity in terms of age. I'm very encouraged, and part of my job at the university is to monitor and help our startups to grow. And I think it's very interesting when the team is diverse also in terms of age. Of course, the energy, the dreams of the young people, but also the experience of some older people who have already a little bit, I would say, seen the world. I think it provides a good balance, a useful balance. But I'd like to. So you have no mic. I will here. The things was first on the right and then on the left. Yeah. Or you have the mic, so please start, and I will.
Yeah, so I have just one question to the following up from the last one. So my vision is that we need to clarify what is entrepreneurship and university, because I think the background is very different, because university tells us to not be wrong, and entrepreneurship it's about to failing. So I think these kind of different environments, it's very dictonomic, and this is the reason why so many students has this kind of mindset and difficult to go to pursue one company or one idea, because the background and mindset. Entrepreneurship is not make a business, it's mindset, it's a soft skill. Business, it's very dynamic, so it's the reason why we have the CBO or another person to run the business. So my question is, how can we, some valorization action, we can change this kind of mindset, because in the university, not entrepreneurship, in the university, because we are telling not to collaborate, to be individual, to not be wrong, and it's all the opposite of the entrepreneurship. So, and I think that is not with some activities like boot camps or making a canvas that will help you to be a better entrepreneur or pursued in life, you know.
I think you are right. I'm a lousy CEO, I'm a lousy CFO, CTO. I don't want to be that. I think you are right. You are claiming that during the university you are trained not to fail, but I don't know if you have failed or not, but I have failed a few times during my university. But the point is that at the science faculty we have the minors, and we are designing a minor in entrepreneurship. So if you are doing physics, you can, in a major, you can do a minor with entrepreneurship. If you are doing computer science, so I think we need to train students for this risk approach also. So, and I agree with you.
Maybe just during the PhD it changes, right? When you perform research, failure is part of research. It's within the DNA. It's intrinsically linked to research. So, at least for those of you who prepare a PhD, failure is no more seen as a problem when you prepare a PhD. And so in terms of preparing you for the entrepreneurial mindset, I truly think PhD is a great experience.
Can I add something that has to do with your company? At least in Portugal, you finish a PhD and you ask, and now? Because all of the universities, they are not hiring, and there is this problem, and now? So most of the companies, they don't value the PhD. I think it's a good environment to start a business.
Can I just say something? Yeah, the PhD, it's true. I think PhD is important, but we have another level there, because I think nowadays the PhD, it's more to train students to be technician than a thinkers. You know what I mean? Because in my view, I think a lot of people stay in the lab and do not progress in some ideas because of the system. For at least it's my experience surround myself with other students.
Let me just disagree. I kick my PhD students in the butt when they finish the PhD. They go out of the lab and go elsewhere. Yeah.
Just wanted to make a comment on the different roles that are important in a company. So you have scientists, you have engineers, you have lawyers. I think you don't like lawyers, Professor. You have lawyers, you have finance guys, and you have salespeople. And for instance, globally, I would say, of course, this is a generalization, but scientists are more in seeking the truth, but always having a doubt. I'm never sure that I've reached the absolute truth. There is always, like Einstein was saying, one single, no experiment can prove that I'm right. One single experiment can prove that I'm wrong. So there is intrinsically a doubt. Now, if you take a sales guy, if he has this type of attitude, I mean, he will never succeed as a sales guy. He has to be very optimistic. Everything, there's no problem. Oh, yes, there is this, but we will find a way. Mr. Customer, sign. Okay? So there are some different roles. Of course, this is a caricature, but I'm just making it just to make the point. Now, you need also in a company lawyers whose job is to make sure that you do not take risks. So they are risk averse. They will say, okay, I have to protect, so what could go wrong? And I have to write it down. So you have some different roles. So I think, and this is also one of the things that I observed, which is often people who are from a science background have more of a problem to sell themselves in hiring. They are just not pushy enough if you compare them with the salespeople. And I believe there is something deep. Now, of course, you need the world for everybody, and I believe there are some different roles. Okay, that's my take on it. Imposter syndrome, very often, scientists tend to pretend they are not as good as they are. It's a self-defeating loop, unfortunately.
Just a few comments about mentorship. I think the mentors, we have a big responsibility on that, because we have to leave the imagination of the students and the postdocs to be free, in order that we'll be creative. I remember the guy of the CERN that invite the web was very funny, because he has a physician that working at the CERN in Switzerland, and the chief of the mentor of this guy say, well, he taught me about this project, about the web, and I think it was useful, funny and useful. And then we can see now how the internet and the web impact in our life. And say now say when the student asks him for doing a project that was funny and no useful, say already go ahead. And this is kind of the things that we have to be responsible as a mentor with our student and postdocs.
She's waiting. Maybe hi. Maybe more on an educational note. I was just wondering, listening to all of you, whether maybe you and your company at some point had the opportunity to work with our students from any university regarding not maybe the PhD students, but more the students from bachelor and master's degree on specific programs, because not everyone is going to do a PhD at some point. So maybe some programs related to their own studies, or let's say maybe for instance in medical fields or any other healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make two comments. First, it's a dream of a roundtable for the moderator, because it's self-moderated. I can just sit here and thank you for the panelists, and just and then I give them the time to answer. So the none other than PhDs, and I would just like to mention a few famous names. I will mention only one, which is Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs is a famous dropout. A large number of extremely successful and very innovative companies have been founded. Michael Dell is another example. Have been founded by people who left school, who left before graduation. So maybe there's something in it, in line with the previous questions also. So the undergraduate, maybe Edouard, you'd like to start on that?
Yes. The question is whether the diploma it would be useful to...
If I reformulate the question, so clearly, including in your field, there is an innovation, there's something which is coming out of, I would say, a scientific breakthrough, at least a technology breakthrough, but for the startup to deploy, for the startup to start to grow, you need to incorporate all kinds of people. So Philippe mentioned the various, not only technicians, also the but also people with various qualification level, including undergraduate people. If the startup is 100% PhD, it's not going to fly.
I think it's strongly dependent on the field. In some fields, you probably don't need don't need PhDs. Depends on what you do. I mean, if you do, for example, in my field, in the medical field, it's important to have PhD because you have to examine the data, you have to develop the treatment. There's a lot of thinking, there's a lot of readings to do. But in other fields, you need more engineers. For example, now I have to build an ultrasound probe. I don't need a PhD. I can use an engineer or an undergraduate. It depends on what you want to do. Actually, it's very dependent on the task. But for some tasks, you would certainly need a researcher and even very experienced researcher. And Steve Jobs that you mentioned, and this Bill Gates, and yeah, exactly. But for example, they are in the software fields or in some fields. Yeah, it depends, but it depends on the field, I think. Yeah, the type of qualification that you need.
Yeah. So two quick comments. The first one, it depends on the sector. The more the investment in terms of R&D and innovation is strong, the more you will find PhD within the team. The best example in France is, for instance, in the biotech sector, 29% of the employees within this sector hold the PhD. Whereas within the global population of France, we have 0.8% of the population who hold a PhD. So see the difference. Second is that we would fail for sure if we take the standard within the company as being the PhD. We need hybridization. We need to have more diverse team. And we said that in terms of age, we said that in terms of fields, in terms of disciplines. That's for sure. In order to study a complex issue, and everything is really complex and changing fast nowadays, we need diverse people who will bring around the table diverse vision of the issue. We will need also to work more in a collaborative manner with the consortium of actors, so including academics, including non-governmental organizations, including companies, startups, corporates, and so on. We need this diversity at all levels if we want to succeed. So obviously, yes, we need master, we need bachelors, we need people without a diploma but could learn their way and so on.
Have you ever had the opportunity to offer kind of short programs implemented in, for instance, one field's curriculum, just to bring your own experience and help students just apprehend the diversity you just mentioned?
Yes, plenty of time. And well, I'm a trainer for engineering school, so grandes écoles students, to help them define whether it's a good idea for themselves to prepare a PhD or not. And for many of them, the answer is no, and that's quite okay. I mean, the most important is that you get to know yourself, the self-awareness and the maturity you will get on you is so important for students, and that's something on which university, I think, should invest more. And PhDs, they are much more useful in sectors where they are not the classical profile. So the more you will get out of your comfort zone and your natural environment, the more you will get far away from academics, the more the added value will be there.
A bit of Paris-Saclay experience on that. I think that there is also the impact of the economic demand. For example, if I take the example of artificial intelligence, 10 years ago it was basically a question of how many PhDs can the university deliver. But now we are coming to the stage where AI is going to be in each and every industry, each and every service. So the question for the university is more how to massify, how to make sure all our graduates, from undergraduate to graduate, and including, of course, the PhDs. We will always need PhDs to make the field progress, but to be sure, and so we have a specific program ongoing now at the university to work on the AI school, that will provide, including shorter programs, to make sure that we scale up the number of graduates we can feed to the job market, basically. It's no longer a question that there is always a top, the PhDs, etc., the scientific innovators, but the success means there is a massive industrial demand, and then we have to address all levels of trainings with specific programs.
Yes, but I want to stress in the motivation. I think the motivation is a key issue, and also the complementarity of the team, because we need many skills, different skills, in order to have a successful startup and company. And then I think this is the key characteristic that we needed in order to be more employability.
Yes, I wanted to answer your question with, again, my game of contrasting roles. What is the difference between a scientist and an engineer? Well, being an engineer, you know, when I have a project, I try to take away everything which is risky, because I have a deadline, I have constraints, and I have success is going to be measured in terms of that. Now, when you're a scientist, you try an idea, and you can say, well, this idea doesn't work because of so-and-so, and to make it, or to make it work, this needs to be done. If I told Mr. Charles, Mr. President, I'm sorry, but your building cannot be done because of such and such reasons, he would have shown me the door right away, okay? So you have to succeed. Whatever, you find a way, and you try to de-risk everything, okay? Whereas, as a scientist, first you have more time, less constraints, which doesn't mean that it's easy, obviously, but it's a very different game, you see? Because you can say at the end, it's not possible, and in that way, the success is measured in what you have learned. Knowing that this doesn't work is good, okay? And that's the big difference. Now, I'm more of an engineer, I'm sorry. I may be the only one here, but you can. Okay.
Okay, well, maybe, because we are a little bit, I would like to ask maybe just a very, and to each of you, in just a very few words, if there is one strong idea you would like to share with us, meaning to share with the university, in closing in these issues on transformation, of how we work, on the skills, etc., is there one idea that the university should hear? Should remind, yeah. So I don't know who would like to start it, but just, you know, just there's no, yeah.
Oh, it's working. I will start by using the example that Victoria was saying about the internet and the browser. So Tim Berners-Lee invited the web browser. If you count the number of browsers that belongs to American or Chinese companies, it's 5, and you don't find any European company that owns a browser. That's something that we as Europeans need to think about. So we are really good about innovation, but when it's time to transfer this innovation to the market, we are quite lousy in this process. So we need to learn how to do it. Otherwise, we will lose this digital game.
Well, it will be a congrats for EUGLOH, because I truly think this kind of program is the future of what we expect as recruiters, as company, as people who need talents within the companies. We need students who are trained with this global vision, with this interdisciplinarity, this interculturality, this ability to address complex issues in a global manner. That's really what I think. I think that for quite sometimes now, I used to be such, well, that I was a visionary. Now I tend to think we are more and more people to think that, and we will be more and more to think that in the next decades. And within global health, you have so much to do at the interface between health and artificial intelligence. In fact, anything that can help us understand complex phenomena in a systemic manner, so modeling complex system, and obviously anything linked to the human or the health is complex. So, for instance, system biology is for me really one of the major fields for the future. And if I can just take one example, I have many jobs in bioinformatics, system biology, or computational biology right now, and PhD can ask for 85k euro just after the PhD. So it really means that the demand is growing really fast. So you guys have to train more of those, for instance.
Okay. Yes, I'd like to in closing, to address a different question which we have not actually addressed here, which is the question of working in multicultural teams. EUGLOH is an alliance of very different countries, and in which there are some different ways to look at some managerial issues, like, for instance, what is the place of the boss. So, well, in France, we have a tendency to consider the boss as somebody special. When the president says something, oh, everybody kind of defers to him. If you go into Sweden, in Lund, well, it's very different. The boss is just a facilitator. It's just one of us. Okay, this has been noticed for a long time, and there are lots of other things, like how you take a decision. Some people in France, the boss says, we will try that, and then you interrogate and you see if everybody agrees, and then you find a snag, and then you say, no, we shift a little, and we adapt, and we adapt, and we adapt. So you take a decision fast, but you take a long time to implement it. Well, in other countries like Germany, like Sweden, it's the other way around. People take a long time before to establish a consensus, and once the consensus is established, then the execution is quite fast. So this is neither good nor bad, it's simply different. And of course, when French and, say, Swedes work together, they have to know and to agree on how they will make a decision. Otherwise, there will be a problem. Okay, so this is also something which is important, I think, long run. If you want to, well, we need to teach this type of issues, which are, of course, probabilistic, and you shouldn't say that it's better or worse to be from a country or another. What counts is the individual in front of you, of course. I'm not saying another thing like that, but I think this is an important issue where we can also make a difference. And I will conclude also by saying that I believe in Europe we are okay. There are things that don't work as well, but I believe in terms of protection of privacy, in particular, we are leading the pack. That's my view. Okay, and I hope it will go on. Thanks.
Yes, I am an entrepreneur since I was 25, and I think that we should reduce the distance between startup and small companies and universities. academic organization, and is a reason because I was here, and I think EUGLOH is a very good initiative.
Yes, I'm very happy to be here in this kind of initiative, because really we have to be open our minds, because the times are difficult. And I think with knowledge, we have a responsibility with the society, and it's your turn to do it better than us. And well, I invite you to think about the world of tomorrow.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much for inviting me as well, and I think this is a very, very good initiative, the EUGLOH initiative. And I just want to say that in this type of big consortium, which is actually very, very useful, and it's not only between different countries, but it's between universities and companies. But I think the important thing is also to manage to have the follow-up of the different projects. And you mentioned that in Europe we don't manage, for example, to do the equivalent of Google and this type of thing. And I think it's because maybe one of the reasons is because there is not enough follow-up in the project, and so we cannot identify exactly where the problem comes from. Then we cannot find the solution. So it's also important to have the good, without interfering with the project, but to have good follow-up of what happens in order to identify the difficulties and be able to provide the solution. So I think that's.
Thank you. And to conclude for the university advice, I think, hard skills are good, really, because you have some complex problem, and soft skills are also necessary. And in this case of all this societal challenge, it's about very technical, very complex problem. But we'll need to be able to understand that complexity, but also to share with others, to connect and to find something. So thank you for EUGLOH for that. We see all the excellent university sharing together. So it's right on the individual level. It's right on the university. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think it's time to close. So as a final word, I would like to. I believe, at least what I take from this roundtable, so is that we've shown the power of diversity. Each of you with their own experience and personal projects has brought something to the discussion, so that together we could deliver. I would say a rather comprehensive view of the topics we try to address. So. I would like finally, in closing, the audience to join me in giving a big clap to our panelists, and I say thank you.
Today, thank you. Merci beaucoup.